All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started about a couple of minutes early this week on this episode of Tech Thursdays. This is going to be episode 137. So we missed last week because last week it basically overlapped with the Game Awards show. So that being said, there was no episode, and we're going to be. This might be a short episode, actually. Now that I think about it, it's kind of a continuation from what we were talking about last time, where we were talking about Micron with the Crucial brand leaving the consumer market. What that means for those of you looking to buy DRAM in particular, but also not just that, there's going to be other things. This will have other secondary effects. It won't actually affect things in terms of pricing that much. The prices are really going to continue to climb. It is unfortunate. We talked about I guess what we'll do with Paint on this episode is we're going to reiterate the upgrade cycles. So if you want to be in what I call in-network in terms of upgrade cycle for computers, or are you going to be out-of-network or out-of-cycle PC upgrading, meaning you're someone who either doesn't upgrade very often or you're someone who's just completely out of the loop and doesn't understand the industry, which is totally fine. I don't expect everyone who watches this channel to be an expert on the PC industry. Most of us do this as a hobby in terms of building high-end PCs or gaming PCs, whatever the use case may be. I myself am more of a power user than an actual gamer, but we do kind of cater to the gaming audience occasionally on this channel. We do weekend live streams quite often featuring various games, featuring testing different things with high-end, various different computer setups. Anything from, your typical gamer desktop all the way up to your power user Threadripper overpowered PC, or technically capable of being a home server. But with that being said, how is everybody doing? It is the final week before the long winter break, and then after the end of this year, the time to buy a PC will have passed, and it will no longer be the time to upgrade. We're going to enter into what I call the long winter of PC hardware being unavailable at normal prices. So we're going to talk about some of that on this episode of Tech Thursday. Starting off, if no one has anything specific, eating your dinner while watching. Okay, well let's go into this article here. If it'll come up, maybe. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this article comes from Tech Power Up. NVIDIA plans to reduce the RTX production by up to 40% in early 2026. So if there's one thing that is pretty certain at this point in time, the time to upgrade your PC is rapidly evaporating. That window of opportunity mostly is already gone. There are a few components that are still available at the normal price, but pretty much everything that is what I'll consider an active component in a computer, meaning something that is not a computer case, the prices are going to go up. We talked about this on episode 136, which was 2 weeks ago now. We're going to dive into that more. We're going to also give you guys background on why this is happening, why this is no longer avoidable, and it's not going to go back to normal anytime soon. So, this first article, NVIDIA plans to reduce RTX 50 production by up to 40% next year. Reports from Asian supply chain sources. So these are the guys on the ground. They know what's actually happening. NVIDIA might cut back on making GeForce RTX 50 series GPUs in the first 6 months of 2026. If there's anything we've learned about GPU availability, is that any sort of hiccup in the supply chain, any sort of slowdown can have detrimental effects, trickle-down effects in a just-in-time economy, and can mess everything up for the end consumer. In this case, the gamers will suffer in despair throughout 2026. It is only a mathematical certainty at this point. Just like the architect of Titanic said to the captain and Mr. Ismay, the ship will sink. It is a mathematical certainty. So, 2026 will not be a good year for someone who is looking to upgrade their ancient computer. If you follow this channel, if you've been following this channel for a while, you would have known that the time to upgrade was actually a year ago. It was 2024. 2024 had the best availability. RAM prices were at an all-time low for both DDR4 and DDR5, especially DDR5. The GPUs were not overpriced. They were readily available, although we're talking about last generation. This was a year ago. Keep that in mind. This was before the 50 series, because 50 series was delayed by 1 quarter on purpose by NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is trying to realign for certain goaling reasons. But we're not really going to go into that on this channel because that is more of a financial discussion, and we don't discuss finances of these large publicly traded companies like NVIDIA on this channel. If you guys want to discuss that with me, though, we can do that on the weekend gaming live streams. I don't have a problem doing that on those more casual, freewheeling live streams. But in this one, in Tech Thursdays, we're going to focus more on specific PC hardware, not financials of a company. Extendify, thanks for becoming a partner. Welcome to the PC Pros community. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about this, because this is kind of a preview of things to come, like the ghost of Christmas future, the ghost of things yet to come. So, the overall, according to the board channels, overall supply during the first half of next year could be down by roughly 30 to 40% compared to the same period this year, 2025. Although the information remains unconfirmed, the report points out that the issue is not entirely related to GPU VRAM, but also tight availability across GDDR6, GDDR7, and other memory components, including motherboard-related memory, such as DDR5, DDR4. Board channels also claim NVIDIA may adjust allocation strategies for the add-in board partners in mainland China to better align supply with changing DIY market conditions. So this means, I'll translate this for you, for those who don't understand what all of this is saying, NVIDIA is basically going to prioritize and rethink how they allocate their wafer orders from TSMC. And on top of that, it is also going to restructure where they sell or where they allocate, what markets, what global regions they prioritize. So this thing about China, it either means, so this, I take it to mean one of two things. One, it either means that they're going to give the Chinese market more of the supply, or they're going to give it less of the supply. I don't know which one. I haven't really been paying attention too much to the GPU market in the last several months, because now is not the time to upgrade. So, but anyway, if they favor the Chinese market and they give them more of the wafer supply, that means that the rest of the world, ROW means rest of world, will get less supply, which means those in North America, those in the EU, etc., other markets, Japan, whatever, they will get less GPU allocation, and it'll become even harder to purchase a GeForce graphics card. And you know what that means? That opens the door to our favorite group of people, not gamers, yes, scalpers. That will open the market to scalpers to come back in and ruin everybody's day for several months, maybe even a year. We'll see. So Bench Life appears to support parts of the rumor, though without specifying a percentage reduction. Instead, it reports that two models, meaning the best value models in the Blackwell lineup, those models are the GeForce RTX 5070 Ti, which is currently NVIDIA's best overall GPU from the Blackwell series in terms of its value, its performance, and its availability, its pricing. And then the RTX 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte version, specifically that one, not the 8 gigabyte one. The 8 gigabyte one is trash. So that one's like at the bottom of the list. This one's in the middle of the list toward the top. Are likely to see the earliest supply adjustments. So they know this because they know that these are the most coveted NVIDIA GPU. Well, okay, maybe not the most coveted NVIDIA GPUs. That would probably be the RTX 5090 or the RTX Pro 6000. But these are the ones that people actually desire to purchase. These are the ones that people would spend money on. If I was in the market for an NVIDIA graphics card right now, the one that I would buy, the one that I recommend, is none other than the GeForce RTX 5070 Ti. This is the best NVIDIA GPU. So, and they know this. These guys, these statements are proving me right. Wow, they're making it very easy for me. Okay, while board channels and bench life have long and good track records, the reports are based on regional sources and may not reflect global supply conditions. We will have to wait for NVIDIA or its partners to provide more information. However, it's worth noting that just a month ago, reports from Korean and Taiwanese outlets said AMD and NVIDIA were already considering GPU output cuts. They're considering the cuts. While ASUS and other vendors were slowing motherboard plans due to memory shortages. Yes, your favorite thing, the main topic of this evening, memory shortages. Memory shortages are going to pull down, they're going to put the brakes on motherboards. So motherboards could technically become more expensive. So if you have been holding out on upgrading your computer, you better upgrade your computer before this year ends. Otherwise, you will be in for a world of hurt financially starting next year when motherboards become lower in supply. Therefore, retailers like Newegg, Amazon, Micro Center, etc., Mind Factory, all of them raise their prices on their motherboards just because they can, because there'll be lower supply, because there's lower demand, and the memory prices are just skyrocketing. Now, we're going to talk about memory prices. People are probably been asking about memory prices. I've got a lot of news regarding memory. In the end, this could end up being a broader global production adjustment by NVIDIA rather than a region-specific move. Yeah, that is true. They could be doing that just as a... We've been talking about NVIDIA on the last couple of live streams of Tech Thursdays, and one of the things that I have been pointing out is that NVIDIA is on a realignment strategy. Call it what you will. Call it they're responding to all the people, the naysayers saying that AI is a bubble, that AI's bubble is going to pop, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's a knee-jerk reaction to that. Regardless, NVIDIA is going to realign their roadmap strategy by like 3 to 4 months, which means, you know what that means? No RTX 60 series next year. You heard that correct. There will be no RTX 60 series next year. All of 2026 will have no new GPUs from NVIDIA. It might have a super launch in the middle of the year, but that's not a new generation. That's just a bunch of 50 series rebrands. So that is what you can expect for all of 2026. In addition to that, there will be terrible pricing across the board for computers. So regardless of whether you're going to build your own computer or you're going to buy a pre-build, buying a pre-build might actually be the better way to go next year. However, the prices are going to be a lot higher than they are right now. So if you have been thinking, oh, I'm just going to hold out and wait for RAM to go back to normal, if you're hoping for RAM to go back to normal, you will be waiting for a very, very long time. Minimum 1 year, maximum 3 years. And we're going to talk about the economics of why these statements are true. We'll use Paint to illustrate that, because I don't think people understand why this memory issue is happening. So we're going to dive into that. We're going to go deep dive. We do deep dive discussions on this channel. That's one of the things that we do here. So global production adjustment, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So yeah, RTX 50 series could become harder to get if you don't live in China next year. And that could be pretty bad. We're entering the dark times, guys. The writing is on the wall. Just saying. So let's, is there one other thing I want to talk about here? GPU cuts ASUS. Okay, this is the article that they were referring to earlier. Here's another one. Okay, let's talk about this. Speaking of memory, you guys know we talked about Micron last time. Now we're going to talk about the Korean memory brands, specifically SK Hynix. So Hynix forecasts tight memory supply lasting through 2028. Here we go, 2028. We haven't even gotten to 2026 yet, and they're saying through 2028. That doesn't mean January 1st, 2028, everything's magically back to normal. No, this means things will become normal in like the summer or the fall of 2028. 2028. The PS6 will exist by then. Just FYI. The RTX 6090 will exist by then. FYI. That is a very long time in the computer hardware space. Remember what I told you guys? 3 years, a graphics card becomes middle-aged. 3 years. It takes 36 months for a GPU to become middle-aged. That is how fast computer hardware ages in this world. That's how it works. So, that's like 3 years. 2026, 2027, 2028. 3 years. That's a long time. SK Hynix held an internal company meeting where the company reportedly presented some, I like this, tough pills to swallow for many gamers. Tough pills to swallow for many gamers. The company now forecasts the tight memory supply to last through 2028 for the commodity DRAM, which includes, here we go, here's the list of all the parts, DDR5 and DDR4, GDDR6 and GDDR7. So the way I read this is Ryzen computers, Intel computers, 14th gen, AMD graphics cards, NVIDIA graphics cards, and Strix Halo mini PC, and LPDDR5.6. All of the aforementioned DRAM laptops, all of the aforementioned DRAM thin and light laptops that have soldered memory, and MacBooks. Oh yes, MacBooks. All the aforementioned DRAM variants are essential for PC and console components, making, oh, here we go again, millions of gamers, the gamers at risk of absorbing a massive dose of radiation, lethal dose of radiation, aka a massive price increase as a result. As memory supplier inventories deplete, production capacity will not increase. As memory supplier inventories deplete, production capacity will not increase to meet demand as it has in the past. SK Hynix refuses to up the production. This marks a departure from the usual response by memory manufacturers who typically ramp up capacity in response to demand. Oh man, get ready to buy Micron memory for your computer because you're not going to be able to get SK Hynix next year. This stuff is, you know why you're not going to be able to get this stuff? Because they're not ramping up supply. And you know what that also means? The price of SK Hynix memory specifically is going to go way up. Way up. We're talking like $3,000 DIMMs. Like that kind of price. However, an interesting thing that SK Hynix, for like the best ones, SK Hynix has noted is that this situation will exclude the company's most advanced memory solutions, HBM and SOCAMM. So if you're somebody who needs HBM memory, aka if you are a tech company that manufactures equipment that requires HBM, meaning if you need to make AI data centers, you're not exactly fully at risk. You are at risk for the servers that run on DDR5 or DDR4. But if you're wanting to buy AI accelerators, you're in luck because SK Hynix is on your side. They have allied themselves with the AI companies. Basically, SK Hynix is Saruman from Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, when he tells Gandalf, "It would be wise, Gandalf, we must join with AI. It would be wise." SK Hynix has joined with AI, like when Saruman allied himself with the dark side with Saruman, aka AI. So, SK Hynix has turned to the dark side. There is no more grace that will save SK Hynix. It's over. SK Hynix is all in. HBM. You know why? What uses HBM? Oh, I don't know. Maybe B300, B200, GB300, GB2. All of the NVIDIA AI, the big AI and the AMD ones, all use HBM. What also uses HBM? The networking switches in the data center and the routers for the edge to connect the data center. So you can use Microsoft's Copilot in the cloud. Copilot needs copious amounts of HBM to run as an AI, agentic AI accelerator process. And to train the models, you need that HBM. And I don't know exactly what the SOCAMM is used for. That one I don't know, but I assume that it's all allied with AI. So all of the AI stuff is taking over. They basically brainwash Hynix, mind control SK Hynix, make it produce all the memory for us. Is literally like if you played StarCraft back in the day, StarCraft Brood, where you guys remember the Zerg Queen has the ability to infest a Terran command center, turning it into the enemy side so it can produce infested Terrans. Literally what has happened is AI has infested SK Hynix, and now it is producing all the HBM and all the DDR and all that stuff for AI. So it's been completely brainwashed. So these products are expected to get additional, oh yes, AI gets first dibs, as always. These products are expected to get an additional capacity expansion. Yes, they get an additional capacity expansion. Gamers get to absorb a lethal dose of radiation, while these guys get extra capacity, adjustments, expansion, without tight supply impacting this part of the DRAM. It's like they're on Titanic. It's like AI gets to be first class on Titanic. All the gamers are at the back of the ship at the bottom where it's easy to flood and sink and drown. You know, at the back in the steerage area, that's where all the gamers go. They're just all, riffraff just thrown in the back. These guys get to ride first class. Whining and dining at the top. HBM, you need more capacity? Of course. Oh, yes, we'll allocate more wafers for you. Oh, yes, of course. Let's put those on the roadmap. Yeah, okay. Priority, roll out the red carpet? Yeah, let's go. Okay, these products are even in high demand as they are mostly consumed in higher volume than the regular commodity DRAM due to their integration into AI products, such as GPUs and servers. Oh, where have we heard that before? All right, so SK Hynix has recently started installing more EUV machines, which could be operational in the coming quarters. The company reportedly plans to install 20 low NA EUV units over the next two years. It'll take them 2 years to do this. So there's your 2026. There's your 2027. That's the reason why they're saying 2028. All intended for HBM memory. AK not for gamers. not for consumers. As a result, the planned DRAM expansion will not benefit the commodity DRAM group. Oh, we already know that, as all the new capacity from SK Hynix will serve its data center customers. However, not all companies are following this path. Some of SK Hynix's competitors, like Samsung, are reportedly reallocating some of their HBM production capacity to regular DRAM to meet demand. Okay, this is getting really good, man. This keeps getting better and better. But now we come to Gandalf. If Hynix was Saruman the Wise, Samsung could end up being Gandalf the Grey. Samsung transitions from its HBM3 to HBM3E, of HBM memory to HBM4. The company is reportedly reallocating some of its HBM production capacity to regular DRAM to meet demand. So, Samsung might be the only hope for the gamers. Samsung's the only one that remains of the three wizards, apparently. Somehow the three DRAM companies became the three wizards from Lord of the Rings. I don't know. I just randomly came up with that analogy. I don't know how accurate it is. Samsung is probably Gandalf. Discussions with the company focus on converting approximately 30 to 40%. I don't know why it's always 30 to 40%, but that seems to be pretty common these days, of the current capacity from the 10 nanometer class, 4th generation 1A DRAM to 10 nanometer 5th generation 1B lines for general purpose DRAM. This includes DDR5, LPDDR5X, LPDDR6, and GDDR7, with additional investment to repurpose mature process nodes. Samsung expects to free up the equivalent of about 80,000 wafers per month. Okay, while HBM typically offers higher margins for companies like Micron and SK Hynix, Samsung's internal estimates show that the operating profit for these 12 high HBM3 stack is around 30%. In contrast, the near-term expectation. All right, so Samsung is the one weird one out of the bunch. The other two, Micron and Hynix, are 100% all in on AI. They are catering to the AI customers. They're rolling out the red carpet. They're basically, kicking the gamers to the curb, or, throwing them under the bus. We're all in on AI. All our supply lanes are going to you guys first. You guys get first dibs. Don't worry about those gamers. They can be quiet. They don't exist. Forget about them. They're just trash. Whatever. Who cares? That's basically how SK Hynix and Micron are treating the gamer crowd. Or like the regular... I shouldn't say gamers. It's not just gamers. You guys know that I'm actually referring to regular consumers. I'm talking about direct to consumer, or the consumer channel of their business line. The Samsung memory, for some reason, according to Samsung, HBM is not as profitable as the other two seem to figure with their finances. I don't know if that's because Samsung's COGS is not as good as Hynix and Micron in terms of like how they've rolled out their vertical integration of how they produce these things. I don't know. Maybe there's something different there for Samsung, but they claim that the near-term expectation for general purpose DRAMs exceed 60%. So maybe Samsung is looking at forecasting the margin for DDR5 in the consumer or in the general market because of the supply shortage, because of what's happening due to AI. So Samsung is doing math differently here from the finance perspective. So it's very interesting that they're doing this completely backwards. So what this ends up meaning, this would mean, I would expect next year, the next 2 years, maybe the next 3 years, most laptops and pre-built desktops will probably, there's a very high probability that if you buy a computer, laptop computer, desktop computer, or you buy RAM from a Micro Center or an Amazon or a Newegg or whatever, there is a very high probability that next year, for the next 2 years, you're going to end up with Samsung memory, no matter what, because the other two brands are going to be in very, very short supply because they are favoring the AI customers, not the general compute market, if that makes sense. So that's what these articles tend to indicate based off of what we've read here. It's interesting, we're now talking about Hynix and Samsung. We haven't really heard much on their side of the story until now. We've really focused on Micron with Crucial exiting direct-to-consumer sales through the end of that brand. I want to be clear on something. Just because the Crucial brand is going away doesn't mean you will no longer be able to buy Micron memory. Micron will still sell their memory chips to the consumer market through a typical reseller brand, channel partner brand. That could be Corsair, that could be Kingston, that could be Team Group, etc., G-Skill, whatever. It could be any of them. They could have Micron chips sourced and put them in their RAM sticks that you guys end up buying. So you can still buy Micron. It's just the probability that you can get Micron is going to be reduced because they're not going to sell as many chips, RAM chips, to the OEMs that sell to consumers. So that's just the reality. Same thing with Hynix, based off of what that article about Hynix says. So Samsung ends up being your default choice when it comes to buying RAM, and you don't know what you're going to get. Now, I have already taught people how to tell if you're getting RAM that has Hynix or Samsung or Micron. We've done this on multiple previous live streams. However, next year, I might not be able to determine that just because of what's happening here. So it might most likely just default. I'll just guess it's Samsung, and it's probably going to be Samsung because they're the only supplier, or not the only supplier, but they're the only volume supplier for the PC DIY market. Let's put it that way. So that covers that. That's kind of the main topic of discussion. So what do you guys think? Who here has not upgraded their computer and was thinking of upgrading their computer? Because if you're not upgrading, oh boy, you're gonna be in for an even more rude awakening when January hits. January is gonna see some price adjustments for RAM. A lot of the companies that are having to buy memory chips for pre-builds and servers are about to announce, and you didn't hear this from me, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. There will be a 50% RAM increase. You heard that, 50% increase in RAM prices to the OEMs from these three guys, Samsung, Hynix, and Micron, across the board, across the industry, starting in January. This will happen. In January. Not now, in January. You guys are already suffering from all the high RAM prices. Starting in January, everyone else is going to suffer from RAM prices. Meaning people who buy the RAM to build a product and then sell that product. Those guys are going to get hit with, so we're talking Kingston, Corsair, G-Skill, Team Group, all the people who who buy RAM chips, then put them on their little DIMMs and then sell them to Micro Center or Newegg or whatever. Those guys are going to get hit with a 50% price increase from the three RAM suppliers starting next month. So that means the prices of RAM are going to go up. They're going to go way up, way up, or the supply will go down. You just won't be able to buy them. And when you can't buy them, that will just drive the price up naturally because it's typical supply and demand. So the RAM prices have not hit the ceiling. They're still climbing, and they're going to continue to climb through Q1 of next year. but we should see them hit the peak in the first half of next year. I would expect for the consumer market. You have 4080, 3090 Ti, 9070 XT with 3 DDR5 systems ready. Yeah, so yeah, you're basically like me. I did all my upgrades last year, so I don't have any issues with like a lack of hardware right now. So this is, yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad, you know, like it. And the crazy thing is, we aren't even at the end of it. We're only at the beginning of it. So here we are. 2024 was the best time to upgrade for most people. 2025 is this year. 2026 is next year. 2027. 2028. According to Hynix, things will not go back to the way they were until 2028. Through 2028. And that actually kind of makes sense. If you think about the pandemic and how long it took computer hardware, to get back to normal, it kind of follows that pattern. So right now, we are seeing the huge spike. It'll encompass all of next year. It'll last through. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think sometime in this area, prices will start going back to normal for this stuff. It could be as early as the summer of 2027, where it levels off and goes back to normal, or it could last into 2028. But I would say sometime in 2028, at the latest, things will go back to normal. 2026 will be the worst year. 2026 will be the worst year to upgrade your computer. Seriously. Like, that's going to be... This is the do not buy a PC or do not build a PC next year. Like, that's the worst year. Do you guys remember the year 2020, the year 2021, and the year 2022? Do you guys remember this?
Greetings from Japan. Any tech stuff I should check out at Akihabara?
Oh, you're there right now? I was there a year ago, actually, now that I think about it, yeah. Go look at Tsukumo down the street. So from the train station, when you go, I think north, you either go north and then you walk to the east, and you'll find the big, tall building, the Tsukumo building. That's basically Micro Center in Japan. If you want to check out the Micro Center equivalent in Japan. Now, I know Hong Kong already has like tons of those type of stores, but if you want to see how Japan does its Micro Center, like the Micro Center style in Japan, that experience, go check out Tsukumo. The other one is Dospara. Dospara, you can find that in it's kind of weird. They have two different ones in Akihabara. One of them is like on a back street. It's kind of weird. You go like through... You go through the area where all the anime, manga, figurines are. You get through there, and then like somewhere in there, there's a Micro Center equivalent store over there, Dospara. So you can check that one out. That one is more like a smaller store. And if you want to go to the really big tech store, which is kind of like in America, it would be kind of like Best Buy, or what we used to have a store called Fry's Electronics. If you want to go to that type of store, that would be Yodobashi. Yodobashi Camera. You can check that out too. That's a big store though. They're gonna sell like washing machines, home appliances, that kind of stuff. But they do have some cool stuff. They have a gaming section that's kind of like the gaming section in a Best Buy. Tsukumo is the one I would recommend though. Let me look up the website real quick. I almost bought a air cooler. I think it was a Chinese OEM. Let me bring the website up here. Here it is. Oh wait, there's another thing I wanted to do though. Let me bring this up. I guess I'll leave this one. Yeah. This is the store that I'm talking about. This is kind of like the Micro Center of Japan, for those that don't know, for those that have never been to Japan. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking, those of you that are not based in the US, well, if you pay attention to the tech channels on YouTube, you've probably heard of Micro Center. I mean, this channel, we talk about Micro Center. I get a lot of my computer hardware from Micro Center. But the Japanese, what I consider the most similar to Micro Center would be this store, Tsukumo. I almost bought a tower cooler, like a big giant air cooler, but I thought, the box is too big to fit in my check-in luggage. It would just take up too much space, so I didn't buy it. But I almost bought it was like I think it's like a Chinese, it's like mainland Chinese OEM air cooler. You can't buy it in the States. But that's the cool thing about going to Japan. You can buy like the Chinese stuff that's like the Chinese market has. I mean, you can always buy that stuff off of like Alibaba, but then you got to deal with like the shipping and stuff. When you're there, you know, you can see it in person and all this stuff. So yeah. Anyway, I recommend this place. You'll see the name of the building. It's a very tall. It's like a black building. Is this the store where people cause chaos lining up for the 90? I think that one might have been Yodobashi, or it was probably Dospara. Dospara has a pretty... I don't want to say it's like a big YouTube channel, but Dospara, among the PC DIY community in Japan, Dospara has like a lot of visibility. So I'm pretty sure it was either Dospara or it was probably Big Camera or Yodobashi. It was one of those places that had the chaos of people lining up. I don't think it was this store. I could be wrong, but I mean, this store is more like you can look at a lot of computer cases on the lower level or the second level. If you go there, you'll know what I mean. It's a very, very tall, narrow building, so you're going to be climbing up the levels of stairs, and each floor has different stuff. Like, I think the third floor has the CPUs, the Intel and the AMD CPUs, and the RAM. I'm curious what the RAM prices are while you're there. Go check out the RAM prices. And for those of you that have no idea, like, how to figure out Japanese money, like yen, the easiest way to understand it in terms of US dollars, you take a Japanese yen price, like, okay, let's look at this. This is 104,000 yen. You shave off 2 zeros. So, meaning 1,048 US dollars, but it's not exactly the same. But roughly, very, very rough estimate, shave off 2 zeros, you have the US dollar equivalent. So if I'm looking at this, 104,800 yen, that's going to be like almost $900. But you shave off 2 zeros, $1,048, but it's actually not that because the yen is pretty weak right now. So it's more like around $900 if I had to guess without using an exchange calculator. So I would estimate this first one's like $900 or a little 800 something actually, but close to 900. And then this one, 139,980 yen. This is roughly like $1,300 or so, somewhere around there. So it's very easy to anyone who understands, like anyone who uses money from a US dollar perspective. It's very, if you learn my technique, shave off the last 2 digits to get your US dollar rough estimate. Very easy to convert from Japanese yen to US dollars and back from US dollars back to Japanese yen. So if you're going from, yeah, you can use a converter on the iPhone, but I'm saying like if you don't want to do that, you can still roughly do the math in your head by just eyeballing it. So, and Korean won, you just add another 0. So like if this was Korean, you would shave off 3 digits. So it'd be like 104. you know, in like 80 cents. So, but that's Korean won. So it's completely different. But anyway, that's kind of how you do the math. Will I have to use a third-party service to buy from this site? I don't think they ship to the U.S., so I don't know if you can, or outside of Japan. I think it's probably local only. Yeah, I don't. This is a new. No, so I don't see anything in here. Login is this button in the top right. The cart. The search. So it's like, I don't see anything for like international. So I don't think they ship internationally. Let me see what we got here. Seagate, Intel. Oh, that one. Okay. Oh, interesting. They got Threadripper. Okay. Wow. Pro, dude. What are the prices on Threadripper in Japan though? Like, who would have Threadripper in Japan? Oh my god. Look at these prices, guys. Look at this. The 9960X is 269,474 yen. So you guys using my technique, shave off the last two, 2,694 US dollars. But remember, the yen is weak, so this would be more like 2,400 something dollars, or around $2,400. That is a lot more expensive than in America. In America, it's $1,499. In Japan, it's wow. Whoa. The price of Threadripper in Japan is a lot. Crazy. But anyway, I don't want to digress further. But since you're there, man, just check it out. You'll see what I mean. Like what the experience is like over there, how their shops are. That's pretty cool that you're actually over there right now. Now I kind of wish I was over there. Anyway, so back to what we were talking about earlier. Let me go back to Paint here. So, if you guys remember the pandemic, you guys remember 2020 was the year the pandemic started. This was the year of people lining up outside Costco to buy toilet paper. This was the year of scalpers scalping the launch of the RTX 3080 on BestBuy.com and causing NVIDIA's website to crash, making NVIDIA vow to never sell Founders Edition graphics cards directly on their website ever again, making Best Buy the exclusive dealer for NVIDIA Founders Edition. So that was the year of all those. That was the year of the PlayStation 5 launch and the scalpers, and the Xbox launch with the scalpers, and the AMD Ryzen 5000 series, AMD's most successful CPU launch. You know, Ryzen 9 5950X, Ryzen 7 5800X. This was that year. This was like the special year. The Radeon RX 6800 XT constantly being scalped. The RTX 3080 and the 3090 constantly being scalped. So this was like a wonderful year for computer hardware milestone launches. Like, this was the most defining year of the decade for computer hardware in our industry. However, it was hit with the global pandemic, which had happened like months before all these hardware launches occurred, because those occurred in Q4, except for 3080 launch, I think in September, if I'm not mistaken, of 2020. It was the beginning of the end for the computer market, because everything paper launched and then vanished instantly because of scalpers. And then the shortages hit. We entered the dark times. So 2021, you guys remember 2021, that was the year. This is the year that people remember. The John Travolta memes, the fix it 24/7 live stream, showing you when the drops happen. The trackers. You guys remember that? The trackers for RTX 3090, RTX 3080, RTX 3070 Ti, RX 6900 XT, RX. The John Travolta meme streams. You know what I'm talking about? The one that had the animated GIF of John Travolta from that one movie where he walks in and he's got his coat in his hand and he's like, that thing? Yeah. Those live streams. That's 2021, guys. That's 2021. 2021. That was the era of $900 RTX. You want a 3060 Ti with 8 gigs of VRAM? $900. $900 for an RTX 3060 Ti. That's 2021. The year of it all. This was the year of the NVIDIA guy. I forgot his name. Jim something. The guy who did the meme. You guys remember the meme where he's like, oh, and one more thing. The RTX 3080 Ti. And everyone was memeing with the Ti. Remember the Ti memes? RTX 3080 Ti. RTX 3080 Ti. RTX 3080 Ti. RTX 3080 Ti. LHR. LHR, you have to specify. RTX 3080 Ti is always an LHR. It is a 100% LHR from the factory. No questions asked. Guaranteed LHR. The fact that that was a thing, you guys know what that means. Why was that a thing? Everybody's favorite thing. Crypto. The crypto mining. Crypto wave. The crypto wave. The crypto wave of 2021. Everybody doing crypto. Everybody mining Ethereum for the last time in history. Crypto came in. Scalpers farmed out GPUs all year, every day, hustling, getting all the supply. They took everything from 2020. It was instantly, the scalpers took everything in 2020. You didn't stand a chance. Then crypto came in 2021. It was double whammy. You had supply chain shortages. You had crypto on the rise. You had scalpers on the prowl. It was the era of, it was the most iconic time to live through as a hardware enthusiast when you had scalpers, crypto bros, and supply shortages, and a global pandemic in the background. You had like 4 things going on all simultaneously. This is what I mean by the dark times for PC DIY. This is known as the dark times era. 2021 was the peak of the dark times. Graphics cards were very expensive and very hard to buy. You had things like Newegg Shuffle. Newegg invented a new marketing technique to sell you stuff that you didn't want because they knew you wanted a GPU. So you wanted to buy a GPU? Okay, you got to play the Newegg Shuffle. And if you win, you get the GPU. Oh, by the way, but you got to pay for this random power supply that you don't need, or this random motherboard that you don't need because you don't have the CPU to use the motherboard, or you don't have the DDR5 for the motherboard. But it's like, oh no, you got to buy this random motherboard or this power supply or this random RAM kit to play Newegg Shuffle just to get your graphics card. So that was 2021, a very, very infamous / famous / iconic time to be alive and experience 2021. So, where am I going with this? Why am I talking about this? Why am I talking about this? Because we're drawing a parallel. Where I'm going with this is we are in a, it's like we're going back in time. History is repeating itself in a different way. Not directly, but in an indirect way, as far as the PC DIY market goes. We are currently here at the cusp, the end of 2025. So that's almost like, it's analogous to us being at the end of 2020, when the PlayStation 5 launched, when the Radeon 6900 XT launched on December 8th of 2020. When all of a sudden, out of nowhere, AMD had a graphics card that could go to toe with NVIDIA's best graphics card. This is something that hadn't been done in over about 6 years. So keep that in mind. This is why 2020 was a historic milestone in the computer space. Ushering in the next generation of consoles, ushering in the next generation of ray tracing, ray traced games like Cyberpunk 2077, that came out at the end of 2020. So 2020 was a really, really big year. A lot of people seem to overlook that or forget that, but it was a very big year. In terms of technology, in terms of gaming, in terms of everything. And it was the year of the pandemic. 2021 was the year of the dark times because you had crypto, you had scalpers, you had supply shortages, you had to play Newegg Shuffle if you wanted a graphics card, or you had to go up and get in line at a Best Buy or a Micro Center every single morning if you wanted a GPU at a regular price. You basically had to hustle. I'll never forget the video from the guy who runs the YouTube channel Bits Be Trippin'. That guy, the crypto guy, him talking about like what it's like to have to go and camp outside a Micro Center just to go buy a GPU the next morning, wait for the truck. That's how it was. That's 2021. That was the reality that we lived in back then. Guess what? That's next year. That lifestyle, camping outside Micro Center to buy a GPU, that lifestyle is next year. So if you haven't upgraded yet, oh boy, you better upgrade now. You're going to be in for a world of hurt. If any of you remember what it was like in 2021 to have to go through like Discord apps, trackers, trying to figure out like when a GPU is in stock. If you like that lifestyle, you're going to love next year. If you hate that lifestyle, you're going to hate next year. Because 2026 equals 2021. We're going back to that lifestyle. We are on the cusp. We are on that ramp into the darkness. Into the darkness. Into the darkness. Different reason now. This time around, last time it was crypto. It was crypto and the pandemic. This time, it's DRAM. Very, very similar situation. Very, very similar situation. When did that craziness end? When did the craziness end? Who here remembers when things went back to normal? Who here can tell me when things went back to normal? Does anybody know? We got like 67 concurrent viewers. Does anybody know? Sometime after. It was the latter half of 2022. So it was the summer of 2022 when things went back to normal. So 2022 is the answer. It was 2022. So let's talk about 2022. Because 2022 could end up being similar to 2020, or 2027 could be similar to 2022. So 2022 was the year of what? What launched at the beginning in Q1 of 2022? Who remembers 2022 from a PC DIY enthusiast perspective? Okay, that's one thing, but that's not Q1. I'm asking Q1. Your Q2 is 5800X3D. That was 2022. You're correct. That was 2022, but that was not what I'm looking for. What launched in Q1? What was the big launch in Q1 of 2022? Who here can tell me what it was? What was it? Seems like no one remembers, man. At least Safi called out a claimed 5800 X3D launch. 7900 XTX was Q4, not Q1. So that counts, but that's like way at the end. 7900 XTX is the very, very end, guys. I'm talking about the very beginning of 2022. So what's 2022? Man, everybody's way off. Everyone's way off. No one seems to know. Okay. Well, I'm going to reveal the answer because apparently no one knows. This is a very unknown thing, apparently. Jim or Jeff, whatever his name is, the same guy who in March of 2021, he did the meme. He said, I have one more thing. The RTX 3080 Ti. So in 2021, he did RTX 3080 Ti. But in 2022, fake frames got it. Fake frames got it. I have one more thing. The RTX 3090 Ti. RTX 3090 Ti launched March 2022. RTX 3090 Ti 2022. It launched MSRP $1999. It launched at a price of $2,000. $2,000 for the Founders Edition. RTX 3090 Ti. Launching in the dark times. And do you know what the typical price for this was on eBay? eBay, it was going for over $3,500 on eBay immediately after it launched. Immediately after it launched. RTX 3090 Ti was instantly scalped, and sold on eBay by your favorite individuals, the scalpers, for like $4,000, close to $4,000. In the beginning, they were asking for like almost $5,000, but no one was spending that much, except the Nvidia fans. So the scalpers were making the big profits, man. Like, they were making the profits. RTX 3090 Ti was like 3,000 plus on eBay via scalpers at the beginning of 2022. So think about this. We are talking about the beginning part of 2022. This is the reason why it is part of the dark times. This is the dark times. This was the beginning of 2022. What else was happening? So, what happened in Q2? You had 5800 X3D. You had 6950 XT. You basically had AMD Super. You had the Radeon Supers. Radeon Supers launched in Q2. I mean, no one really cared. I mean, the prices on them were like basically like I think $50 to $100 more than their non-super variants. So like, for example, the 6900 XT was $1,000 MSRP. The 6950 XT was $1,100 MSRP, basically $1,099. $100 more than the original model from 2020. So keep in mind, this is the dark times. So you know how much this was going for after launch? Close to like, it was like $1,800, $1,500 to $1,800. It was basically scalped into oblivion instantly. I mean, everything was being scalped. Everything was being scalped in the GPU world because of the crypto, Ethereum. So what happened? What happened in the middle of 2022? Something happened. Something serious happened in the middle of 2022. In the crypto world, there was a massive event. What happened? ETH. What happened to ETH in the middle of 2022? Bash got it. Proof of stake. Went proof of stake. Ethereum went proof of stake. In the middle of 2022. This was the great sundering in the crypto world. This was the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end for the crypto mining boom that had happened in 2021. And ultimately, it was this event that saved the PC gamers without them even knowing. I think most gamers aren't even aware of that event. People who weren't in on crypto have no idea that this happened. But this event happened in 2022, and this is what ultimately killed mining crypto. The profitability was shot. It was the end. People started selling out. There started being fire sales on eBay for all kinds of GPUs. That was it. I believe that was, I can't remember the exact day, but I think it was somewhere around July, August was when the proof of stake happened. Maybe it was even September. But it was basically sometime in Q3. In Q3, Ethereum went proof of stake. And that was the end of the GPU mining craze. And that is ultimately what led to the normalization of computer pricing or GPU pricing returning back to normal. It was that event with Ethereum going proof of stake. And this is rarely ever discussed in tech circles. But this is the true event. That's what I call the sundering of crypto, was when ETH went proof of stake and ended it all. And that's so you had essentially people were having to spend upwards of $900 plus for an RTX 3060 Ti. A 3060 Ti. The 3060 Ti Founders Edition MSRP is $399. $400. People were spending more than 100% more money to buy an RTX 3060 Ti. I know, the reason why I know this to be true, and I remember this, is because I know 3 individuals who bought RTX 3060 Tis. And one of them spent $910 to buy one brand new off of Newegg. It was like a Newegg shuffle deal. Another one spent $955, or like, I forgot the exact price, but around $950 something for an RTX 3060 Ti. And then the last one spent almost $1,000 on an RTX 3060 Ti. I told all 3 of them, do not do it. It's not worth it. You're going to regret it. Either go get the AMD 6650 XT or whatever's available. They didn't listen to me. And yeah, they were hurting pretty bad at the end of that year. By the end of that year, they were, all 3 of them, well, one of them didn't care. The other 2 were very, very angry. One of them was like very angry at Nvidia for some reason. And I'm like, why are you getting mad at Nvidia? It's not even Nvidia's fault. I mean, it's the crypto, dude. Like, that's not how things work. So one guy vowed to never buy an Nvidia graphics card ever again. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because he spent about $1,000 on an RTX 3060 Ti in like March or April. It was like, okay, 3090 Ti was announced, and he goes and spends like $1,000 on a 3060 Ti because he was like, his reasoning was, well, RTX 3090 Ti is like $3,000. So this is like 1/3 the price of a $3,000 GPU. So it must be a good deal. And I'm like, no, dude, that's not how you determine a good deal. That is total like irrational thinking right there. That is not how economics work. Like, you don't look at a Halo product that just came out and be like, oh, that thing is $3,000. I'm gonna spend $1,000 on this low end GPU because that high end GPU is 3,000. Like, I mean, that's not even good reasoning. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But regardless, this individual vowed to never ever buy an NVIDIA graphics card ever again because they blamed NVIDIA for their own choice of spending $1,000 on a 3060 Ti. Because you know what happened like 4 or 5 months later? This is the crazy part. RTX 4090. RTX 4090 Founders Edition launches Q4 2022. And you know what the price was? $1,599. $1,599. RTX 4090 Q4 October 2022, $1,599. Faster than a $2,000 MSRP 3090 Ti. Faster than a 3090 Ti for less money. Less $400 cheaper MSRP and faster and more energy efficient and better in every way. Same exact VRAM, less power consumption, much quieter, less heat, less noise, better at ray tracing, more per watt, better in every imaginable way. When this was announced, that guy who had spent $1,000 on a 3060 Ti a few months prior was so mad, was so jaded at NVIDIA, and just was so sick to his stomach of what the computer build it your own, your PC DIY enthusiast community was reduced to because of all that stuff. Because of stuff like that. RTX 4090, $1,599, Q4 2022. There you have it, folks. That is how things went back to normal. 3090 Ti launched here. This is 3090 Ti. 4090 launched here on the downward trend. So 4090 is here. 3090 Ti is there. See the difference? See the difference in the pricing? Terrible. Yeah, he went to AMD. I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what ended up happening. He kept the 3060 Ti for like a year or whatever, sold it at a loss, sold it at a huge loss, as you can imagine. Imagine spending $1,000 on a 3060 Ti and then trying to sell it into the used market a year later. You'll never get your money back. He sold it at a loss. And I believe he bought a 7900 GRE like a year and a half later or something. Pretty sure it was 7900 GRE. It was not an XTX. It was like a GRE. It was that time when the GRE was like a really good deal. That was MSRP though, right? In real world, not so sure. There was yeah, this is MSRP. This is Founders Edition pricing. Nope, that was the price. That's how much I paid for mine. I paid $15.99 for mine at Best Buy when I bought it. Yeah. I have the 4090 Founders Edition. I bought it from Best Buy for $15.99. That's why I know it's $15.99, because I know that's what I paid. Brand new. But yeah, see, so that's why I have the reason how I'm able to remember this, guys, is because of these events. I take these specific life events and I imprint them into my memory so I can recall certain times. I mean, I think most people do this, you know what I mean? Like, if you have a major event in your life, obviously you'll remember that. But I'm just saying, for random things like computer hardware, I have to link their launches in the past to events that happened, that were defining events that are related to those things. Like that one guy paying $1,000 for a 3060 Ti in 2022 during the dark times, Newegg shuffle, all that stuff. And a lot of people were there. A lot of people don't want to admit that they had to go through that kind of thing. But that is kind of, that was the reality of how things were. You know what I mean? GTR data storage mechanism. Yeah. So that's 2022. So the reason why we're talking about the past is because we're predicting what things are going to be like next year. And next year is going to basically be a repeat of 2021 when it comes to computer hardware because of DRAM. Well, not even just DRAM, just RAM in general, guys. Like, memory in general. Anything that is made by Hynix, Micron, or Samsung is going to be in such demand for the next 2 years that you're looking at the same sort of cycle where, you know, at least next year it's going to be terrible. It's going to be like 2021. Newegg shuffle, $900, you know, that kind of stuff. $900 GPU, like entry level GPUs at $900. I don't know if it's going to get that extreme. All I know is that the price of general consumer hardware is going to go up by a very, very noticeable amount. And if you're buying individual components, think you can save money, you're probably not going to be able to save money. That's exactly what happened in 2021 with GPUs. So we could be looking at a repeat where we don't see things normalize until some kind of event. Because remember what I said earlier. It was the Ethereum going proof of stake in the middle of 2022. That's what killed crypto. That's what ultimately made things go back to normal. So what is to say that something similar can't happen in 2027 and normalize things again? Or they extend into 2028 and then something happens, they normalize again. Now, Hynix is saying 2028 through 2028, they expect things to go back to normal sometime in that year. So Hynix is projecting that things will sometime become normal in 2028. Ah, now you're on to something with the AI bubble. That is what I was hoping someone was going to mention. So the AI bubble, if the AI bubble bursts in 2027, that could make it look very similar to the Ethereum event in 2022. That would be very eerie, though. That would be creepy if that happened. Like, if the AI bubble bursts around the same time, like, can you imagine if it lines up perfectly with when Ethereum went proof of stake from a 2.5 year standpoint, where we're here now, we're about to go to 2026. That's kind of like the time when the 6900 XT launched in December of 2020. You know what I'm saying? And it got scalped instantly, and then it became $1,500. It gained $500 on the scalper market in like 24 hours. It was insane. So maybe the AI bubble will pop in 2027. Maybe it won't. I mean, the difference here, I'll tell you the difference, though. The difference between crypto and AI is AI has more visible entities in the public backing it. crypto didn't have a lot of public figures backing it. Like, crypto was really confined to a community of people that were really, really into it and really, really understood it. It did not have a very widespread appeal, despite what the pro crypto people would tell you. The reality is you had people who understood crypto and they would try to get their family members to understand it, and they had very, very mixed results. Some of them, they were very successful. Others, it fell on deaf ears. Others, people thought they were crazy, and a lot of governments tried to shut it down. You know how the Chinese government handled crypto. You know how like Russia handled crypto a certain way. Everyone had there was none of this like instant adoption of crypto. It's like there was a lot of resistance to crypto from the start by governments, by just regular people who didn't trust it. A lot of people thought it was a complete scam. You know what I'm saying? So you had a lot of like naysayers immediately from the beginning of crypto. That is not the case with AI. When AI first came out, basically everyone just kind of was immediately like in favor of it. I would say the public at large, globally in general, when AI first became a thing back in, 2022. Oh, here we go. Back in the end of 2022. Yes, 2022 is a pretty important year for these reasons. ChatGPT became publicly available in the end. I think it was like November 2022 or sometime at the end of 2022. And then the public became aware of it, and it just kind of took off, and everyone was happy, and it was so good. Embrace the AI, embrace ChatGPT. There was not a lot of opposition. You had some people like Elon saying, by turning on AI like this, you are summoning the demon. That was a famous quote that he said. So, I mean, there was a little bit of resistance, but there was not a lot of resistance. It was not like crypto, where crypto showed up and people immediately shot it down thinking it was a scam. You know what I mean? You had nobody saying AI was a scam when AI first showed up. So you had people pile on. You had all the people talking about it. Nvidia's market capitalization shot through the roof. The stock had to split like 2 times within 5 years or whatever. Like, man, it was crazy. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. You had the RTX 4090 launch with ChatGPT also in the background. All the stuff. 40 series. AMD's 7000 series GPUs. At the same time, in the CPU world, you had Ryzen 7000 and the Core 13th Gen launch with ChatGPT at the end of 2022. This was the very end of September. This was October. So Q4, 13th Gen, 13900K. So we have all those things. Again, guys, 2022. So 2022. What is the trend here? It seems like, if you want to upgrade your computer, you might want to upgrade on an even numbered year. Although, next year might be an exception. We'll see. As far as RAM goes, and GPUs go, and SSDs go, there's going to be a big, big problem for people who want to upgrade next year. Typically, the better year to upgrade historically is an even numbered year, not an odd numbered year. So we've talked about this in many, many live streams already. For many, many reasons. Because one, you want to be on the latest and greatest, you upgrade on an even numbered year, and it's always going to be at the end of the year. So this goes into what I was saying at the very beginning of the stream. If you want to be in the know, we'll use that quote, in the know, like you want to be someone who is in with the enthusiast crowd, understanding the technology, you are better off upgrading typically in Q4 of an even numbered year, because that's when the latest and greatest platforms usually show up. So, however, we all know what is happening with this. Unfortunately, we're going into an even number year on an upward price hike for computer hardware, very similar to 2021, the end of 2020. So it's kind of flip-flopped this time around. So, what does that mean? That means you're probably going to be stuck with your computer until like 2028. Unless you can afford, unless you don't need to buy DDR5 next year and you want to do a platform upgrade. So, those are going to be the best choices. Even if it is overvalued, it has more representation. But yeah, that's why AI is much harder to get rid of, so to speak, compared to crypto. I mean, crypto, don't get me wrong, crypto didn't go away. Crypto is still alive and well. Bitcoin is still a good, I mean, it's like the thing that props up crypto in general. But it's not what it was. You know, it's not affecting the power grid. It's not affecting GPUs the way it was previously. Okay, so that was like the main thing that I wanted to discuss on this episode. DDR4 is going up in price too. So let me do this now. Let's take a look at let's take a look at RAM prices now at Micro Center. So this is the US market. So one thing I can tell you is there is going to be a regression in the pre-build space. What do I mean by regression? Well, typically gaming laptops today, and not just gaming laptops, just laptops in general, ship with about 32 gigabytes of system memory. With the increase in memory prices, you're going to see a lot of these same exact laptops start shipping with only 16 gigabytes of system RAM. 16 gigabytes is what I consider below minimum spec for a modern computer. Doesn't matter what computer it is. I consider that system minimum, like fails to meet minimum requirements for Windows 11. Now, if we're on a Mac, it's completely different because of the way the Mac OS handles memory management. It's a lot more efficient than Windows. So you can get more mileage, we'll say, out of your hardware if you're on a Mac, and possibly Linux as well. But the vast majority of the gamers, or the people that watch this channel, are typically using Windows for gaming. Now, I know there's a bunch of people that watch the channel that also do a lot with Linux, and they also game on Linux, so that's totally fine. But I would say for the vast majority of the average gamers out there who want to game on PC, they're going to be on Windows 11. And if you want to be on Windows 11, I personally consider 32 gigabytes the minimum spec going into 2026. Now, a lot of these pre-builds are going to start shipping with only 16 gigabytes of RAM. So they're not going to perform well, or they're just going to be straight up more expensive. So look at this, for example. So this 32 gigabyte kit from Team Group, this first one, $240 for 32 gigabytes of DDR4. DDR4. This isn't even DDR5. Yes, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 at the end of 2025 is $240. That is not good. DDR5 3200 cast latency 16. So that's pretty average. I would say that's pretty average DDR4. That's okay DDR4. So it's not the best, but it's not terrible. It's totally fine for like a 5800X 3D or an Intel 12th gen or Raptor Lake with DDR4. And this is okay, you know, like this is totally fine. But the price is not good. I'm telling you right now, that's not good. Oh boy. Let's look at some stuff here. I like to just go ahead. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. Oh man. DDR5. 64 gigabytes. So this is two 32 gigabyte DIMMs. This is kind of the ideal for a new computer to have 64 gigs of RAM in a dual channel configuration. Cast latency 30, DDR5 6000. This is definitely meant for a Ryzen system because it's Flare X5. $770. $770. This is SK Hynix. SK Hynix DDR5 costs $770. Wow. 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 Okay. Let's look at the memory that I actually have. Yeah, let's look at the memory kit in my computer. Or let's look at one of them. Where can I find it here? Hold on. DDR5 6400. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold on. That was some sticker shock. I see Crucial. It's nice to see some Crucial. Get them while you can. Crucial's going away. February's the end. Last shipment is February for Crucial. I don't see my memory kit here. Hold on. Maybe this one? No. I need to sort by capacity. This one? No. Ah, here we go. Here's one of them. Okay, here is my personal memory kit that I use. Wait, why is it... Well, let's look at it. No, oh, look at that. $950. Apparently, it's on sale. It's normally $1,500. Yes, this memory kit, according to Micro Center, has a normal price that equals the price of a Threadripper CPU. And you can save $550 and get it for a low price of $950. Oh my goodness. I could sell my RAM because I have two of these. So I could sell my RAM and make $2,000 or more and buy an RTX 5090. My goodness. Wow. Wow. Talk about investment. Very nice. I have one of these kits just sitting in the back doing absolutely nothing, just sitting in a box right now. Wow. Amazing. Man, this is the memory. This is the memory that I have featured in all of the videos where I show you guys how to run 192 gigabytes of DDR5 at 6000. This is the exact memory kit. I bought it from Micro Center. And I don't think I want to tell you guys how much I paid for it, because I bought it 2 years ago, FYI. So I didn't pay anywhere close to this. I could make a lot of money if I sold this RAM right now. Wow. Let's just say I can make $1,000 profit. My goodness. Wow. Yeah, it's the big DIMMs. The big DIMMs are the ones that have the big price. Yeah, that's why I always say buy the big DIMMs. Oh man. Oh man, this is like this is stupid, man. This is like the housing market. You know what I'm saying? This is like the housing market like 4 or 5 years ago. For real. The people that were selling were making all the money. The people that were buying were suffering horribly. Oh my goodness. So that's one memory kit. Let's go find my other memory kit that I feature on this channel on a regular basis. So that one's going to be DDR5 8000. And it's going to be the fast one. Oh, okay, here it is. Here's my other memory kit. $500. So not nearly as much. This is my DDR5 8000 memory kit. DDR5 8000 1.35 volts. Cast latency 40. So this is the best. This is like what I call the gamer RAM. This is in my gaming PC right now. Yeah, I could sell one of these because I have two of these. I have two kits. I got 4 sticks total. I could sell one of these for like $500 for real and just make $500 profit. That's crazy. Oh man, I am so happy I'm not having to buy any memory. My heart goes out to those who are still on DDR3 and are thinking about upgrading right now. This is not a good time to upgrade. I am 100% transparent right now. It is not a good time to be upgrading. This is a very bad time. And it's not even the worst time. The worst time is probably going to be like April of next year. But we'll see. Because we're about to talk about another thing that is going to get you guys like... If you guys think this is the end of it, we haven't even scratched the surface yet. So if you want gamer RAM that's super fast, DDR5, for the highest FPS, $500. If you want to build a streamer computer that can game and stream simultaneously, run all the multitasking you want and game at the same time, it's going to cost you $1,000. So this is what I use for Tech Thursday's computer. I'm running 96 gigs. This is what I use in the gamer computer. $500. So, wow. It's nice to see that, but it's like I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of having to pay that kind of money. My goodness. All right, so that's where we're at. Every time we look at RAM, it gets more and more expensive. I kind of want to go back and look at the previous live streams where we talked about RAM. The one from 2 weeks ago. I know this one's gone up. This one's definitely gone up. And it's going to keep going up. You know why? I just found out. We said it earlier, I'll say it again. The price to people who are using RAM for their actual end devices that they plan to sell, Samsung, Hynix, and Micron are about to announce 50% price increase to the companies that are buying from them direct. 50% price increase is coming. So we have not seen the end of this. The RAM prices are going to continue to climb for the next several months, maybe the next couple of quarters. So, oh man. I've got a kit of this sitting doing nothing, and I have a kit of this sitting doing nothing. I'm thinking about selling one of them, man. I'm thinking about selling one for $500. I don't know if I want to sell this one. I don't know. I kind of like the big 96 gigs, but I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty tempting to sell some of this stuff. I'm just sitting on all this money. That's crazy. Wow. In terms of RAM, I never thought that would ever happen, but it's actually a reality right now. Wow. Okay, so next thing I want to talk about. If you guys thought RAM was bad, guess what? SSDs are also going up. The price of SSDs are gonna climb until the summer of next year. So if you haven't bought an SSD yet, if you were thinking of getting an SSD, you better go and buy one real soon, because the price of these things are about to shoot up. They are about to climb like a space shuttle launching into outer space. The price of these. Let's see what I want to buy. Let's see. Oh man. Okay, here we go. 4 terabyte. 4 terabyte. It's got to be 4 terabytes. Give me that lowest price. Oh man, it's happening. Oh man, it's happening. I told you guys, those of you who are channel members, you guys saw my members only video where I was talking about the BX500. The members know how much I paid for this on Black Friday. The members of this channel know what I paid. I'll reveal it soon, but who here bought the crucial SATA BX500 from Micro Center during the Black Friday deal? Did you get it during the Black Friday deal like I did? Do you know how much you saved? You know how much I paid? How much did I pay, guys? If you watched, I think the Tech Thursdays from like 4 weeks ago, whenever it was, like the week before Black Friday. Deborah's close. You're very close. Hold on, let me just type it up. Let me go back to Paint real quick. I'll tell you guys right here. Crucial BX500 4 terabyte. I paid $194. $194. So the 200 was the closest. 180 is lower. It was 194 during the Black Friday deal. Now it's $351.99. Now $351.99. So we do the math. It's simple math. So that is a $157 price increase. Since the Black Friday deal is over. This is going to continue to go up. This is not the end. It's going to go up. It's going to be over 400 at some point. So, this is what I paid. This is the price now. So this was the Black Friday deal. That was the Black Friday deal last month. And the sad thing is you had to buy this before Black Friday, because by the time Black Friday came around, this was already sold out everywhere. It's still NAND flash. Okay, let's talk about NVMe. I'm just going to tell you guys. So I bought some NVMEs during November as well. So I bought Lexar 4 terabyte for $239 is what I paid. I also bought a Crucial P310 4 terabyte, also for $239. These are the prices that I paid for 4 terabyte NVMe. So now let's look at what those SSDs are priced at today. So you guys know the Lexar. The Lexar is in my HP Omen Max 16 gaming laptop. The laptop that I told you guys, the best deal on Black Friday, that laptop. I put this SSD in that laptop as a second SSD. That's the laptop that has a RTX 5080 laptop GPU coming in at $1,700. So that is like the best Black Friday deal, period, for a gaming laptop. So, and this one is in my, What did I do with this one? Oh, this is in Strix Halo. Or no, it's not. I bought another one previously. Yeah, I have two P310s. I bought the P310 with the heatsink when I got the Strix Halo computer, and I bought another P310 recently. It was like around the same time I bought the Lexar, and that is in one of the computers. I forget which one. It's in one of my computers right now. So, yeah, these I'm not going to resell because it's like I actually need to use them. But the RAM is very tempting. So let's look at the prices now of what compared to what I paid. So this one, we know I saved $157. Well, the price has increased $157 since the sale ended. And then let's go to 4 terabyte because I only buy 4 terabyte. I don't buy anything less than 4 terabyte for an NVMe. So let's go lowest price. Okay, here's one. Samsung Evo. I bought this earlier this year, and I paid $239. $239. So this is almost $100 more expensive than what actually, it's interesting. The price of this has come down. This was actually more expensive during Black Friday. This was $399 recently. So the price has actually gone down on the Evo Plus from Samsung. So this might be a good time to get one of these if you want a Samsung SSD. Here is the P310. So this is what I purchased for my Strix Halo, the Evo X2 mini PC, the AI PC. I bought this exact one with the heatsink. If you guys watched the overview video of the GMK Tech Evo X2, you would have seen I show how to install this SSD. So I can tell you I paid $239, so basically $240. So it is $105 more expensive today than when I bought it back in, I believe, September was when I bought this thing. So yeah, the prices are definitely higher, but they have not gotten crazy expensive yet. This is still way more money than what I would want to pay, but this is not like stupid expensive like RAM yet. The key word is yet. The prices on these are going to continue to be very volatile for a while. This is the most recent SSD that I bought. That's NVMe. So I paid $239. So again, $105 more expensive. This one is in one of my computers. I can't remember which one. I think it's not in Threadripper, and it's not in this computer. It's either in the Godlike or it's in my Intel Core Ultra computer. It might be in the Intel Core Ultra computer. Because I figured I might as well fill up my Intel computer with SSDs while I can before the price hike happens and you can't buy them anymore at normal prices. So now is the time, guys. If you need SSDs, you might want to consider buying an SSD before the end of the year. Just saying. If you need one, or if you're thinking of upgrading, or you're thinking that you might need one, you might as well go ahead and get one, because these prices are not going to get better. Although the Samsung currently is better than what it was. In fact, this is actually a pretty good price, because this is actually less than the Micron. And I would say this Samsung Evo is better than this P310, slightly. The reason why is because this thing has a hybrid controller. The Samsung can work in a Gen 5 slot that has 2 lanes of Gen 5. So this is very good for an MSI motherboard, like a Tomahawk or a Godlike. They can utilize the Gen 5 2-lane very well. And the new ASRock motherboards and the new Gigabyte X3D motherboards can all utilize the Gen 5 2-lane. So this is my number one recommended SSD for anyone who is thinking of getting a Gigabyte X3D motherboard or a new ASRock motherboard or a MSI motherboard. So yes, Evo Plus, not Evo. It is very, very important that it is 990 Evo Plus and nothing else, because this is the one that has the dual hybrid mode. It can either function as Gen 5 2-lane or your traditional Gen 4 4-lane, which means it'll always have the exact same performance. So 2 lanes of Gen 5 would be the Godlike, the Tomahawk, all the Gigabyte X3D motherboards, all the new ASRock motherboards. Those are the motherboards that will have the ability to run a second SSD at Gen 5 2 lanes. We've talked about this previously when we covered the motherboards. So this is the best SSD on the market currently. So, I like the P310. It's very nice. That's Crucial. Micron's Crucial brand. That's why I'm kind of sad that Crucial's going away, because I have a ton of Crucial stuff. Like I've got, especially the SSDs. I got so many Crucial SSDs. I think most of my SSDs are either Crucial or Inland. Inland is Micro Center's store brand. The Micro Center home brand, the private label, Inland, this is Micro Center's brand. I have a ton of Inland SSDs. For the longest time, Inland was the majority provider of my SSDs. This was my go-to brand. Then it became Crucial. Crucial and Inland have always been like the two big ones. The number 3 for me is Samsung. There was a time when I had nothing but Samsung. Long ago, my first SSD was Samsung. My first NVMe was Samsung. Then, throughout the era of the Gen 4, I shifted to Inland and now recently Crucial. So most of all my newest stuff is all Crucial. My old stuff is Samsung, except I do have the Evo Plus. And then I've got a bunch of like Gen 3 and Gen 5 Inland. Yeah, Patriot is going, but I don't see Patriot that often. But that's because I buy most of my stuff from Micro Center. So I get what's in Micro Center. So if Micro Center's got it, I'm gonna end up buying it. So, and Crucial and Inland, that's typically what I have. I don't have any Fire CUDA. Like, I don't have any Seagate flash storage. I don't have any SanDisk. I don't have SK Hynix. Yeah, and it's all like this stuff. I don't have any PNY or WD. I've got for the Gen. So this, I can tell you, this is what is in my PlayStation 5 Pro. This is in the PS5 Pro. Crucial T500. The T500, I believe, has DRAM. It is a DRAM-based SSD. This is the reason why I have it in the PlayStation 5. Because the PlayStation 5, you want DRAM on your SSD for the PS5. Do you get shipped from Micro Center? No, I always go in the store. It's always in store for me. I always go to the store. Oh, I have Intel SSDs. Yeah, that is true. I have 3 Intel SSDs. They're only Gen 3 because Intel doesn't do SSDs anymore. At least not in the consumer market. In fact, I think for enterprise they don't do SSDs anymore either. I've got 3 Intel 670p. So, I mean, I kind of want to list what I have. This is like an inventory exercise. So, what do I actually have? Samsung. I have a Samsung 840 Pro. Samsung. That was my very first SSD ever. Samsung 840 Evo. This one is a 256 gigabyte 2.5 inch SATA SSD. This one is a 500 gig, might be 512 gig, 2.5 inch SATA SSD. So these are my very first SSDs. Then I have a Samsung 960 EVO, 1 terabyte. This is my very first NVMe SSD, and that is Gen 3. That is PCIe 3.0. This was the first NVMe drive that I ever purchased. I paid $479 or $479 for that Samsung SSD. Yes, that's how much I paid for a 1 terabyte Gen 3 SSD in March 2017 for the Ryzen 7 1800X. My very first Ryzen computer was the very first motherboard that I ever purchased to feature an NVMe SSD. And it still works. This SSD still works. Well, okay, the CPU still works too. I don't use the CPU anymore. But yeah, that's how much I paid. So keep that in mind in terms of how SSDs are still technically a lot cheaper than they were a long time ago. So then I got, by the way, this was 2013 or 2014. Somewhere in there was when I bought my very first SSD. Yeah, I think it was 2013. 2013 was the year that I went from hard drive Windows drive to SSD Windows drive. So, and I remember it was like a night and day world changing experience in terms of how much faster an SSD was compared to a hard drive running Windows. Like the boot times, everything. Then I got, what did I get next? I started buying Inland. Actually, no, I started buying, I started buying Inland. Inland Premium, 2 terabyte. PCI 3.0, Inland, Prime, 2 terabyte, PCIe 3.0. Actually, somewhere in here there's Crucial MX 300, 1 terabyte. This is SATA, M.2, Crucial P1, 1 terabyte, PCIe 3.0. So now I'm going through the history. You guys got me one. You people probably like, oh man, okay, let's see what he got. All right, so this is what I got. These are my SSDs, and I still have all of them. They're all still in use today, somewhere in some computers. Somewhere they're just in use. I know for a fact this one. I recently used this. I was using this one as like a test bench Windows drive for the longest time. Actually, I was using this one because it's SATA and it's easy to transfer between, because you don't have to unscrew the NVMe, you know what I'm saying? You just like plug the SATA cable in. So yeah, I still use all of the, well, I don't use this one anymore. This one, I know where this is. This is actually on the desk. Yeah, check it out. Check it out. There it is. There it is. Cameo, Samsung 990, 840, Pro, 256 gigabytes right there. There it is, my very first SSD, the Samsung 256 gigabyte 840 Pro. Does it have the year it was manufactured? Product of Korea. There's the part number. The sticker's still good. Yep, there it is. My very first SSD. It's literally sitting on the desk. I can't believe it's just sitting on the desk. It's just sitting on my desk. My very first SSD is just right there on the desk. How about that? Incredible. Incredible. Still works. You know what? This thing has... This has either got Windows 7 or Windows 10. I'm pretty sure I upgraded to Windows 10. So yeah, this is probably Windows 10. But that was Windows 7. Windows 7. Windows... Was I still on Windows 7? No, I think this was Windows 10. Yeah, Windows 10. These were never boot drives. These were storage drives. This is the drive that we're streaming. Okay. This is this 2 terabyte? Hold on a second. Is this really 2 terabyte? It is. This is my boot drive. This is the drive that is running Windows on the computer that we are live streaming from right now. The Inland Premium 2 terabyte Gen 3 in my X870E computer. I am using a Gen 3 SSD to run the live stream. Inland Premium. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Then there's Inland Prime. I've got, I think, like 2 of these. I have like 2 of those. Yeah, I know I have 2. One of them is in the Godlike. The other one, I think, is in the Intel computer somewhere. I know I have 2 of these. I don't like the Prime. The reason why I don't like the Prime is because it's double-sided. It's a 2 terabyte that's double-sided. In fact, the Premium that I'm using might also be double-sided because the old 2 terabyte drives are most likely double-sided. I know the Prime's double-sided. I'm not sure of the Premium. Then I have Inland QN 322. This is like a super low end. You know, we're talking like 200, we're talking like 2300 megabyte per second read. It's low. It's not even like maxing out a Gen 3. I've got like 2 of those. You know how much I paid for this though? I paid $70 for this SSD. Just FYI. Now, granted, that was in 2022. Black Friday 2022, I paid $70 for this SSD from Micro Center. Think about how much you're having to pay now for a 2 terabyte entry level. So I've got like 2 of those. Inland. Performance Plus. 2 terabyte. This was my very first PCIe 4.0 SSD. Yeah, that's the very first one. This is in the PS5. PS5. Because I was like, if I gotta get an M.2 for my PS5, it has to be the highest end SSD. For my own computer, I'm gonna go with the most low end, bargain bin, basement barrel, cheapest, lowest end you can get. But if it's going in the PS5, no. We're going high end, all balls to the walls, most money, best thing, premium, giant heat sink, all that stuff for the PS5. For the desktop, we go super cheap. For the console, we go super duper high end. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. So that's in the PS5. It comes with that special PS5 heatsink. I'm talking launch day PS5. Launch day PS5. So then I also have an Inland TD510. World's first Gen 5 SSD. Yes, the P310. I was one of the first YouTube channels to showcase the world's first Gen 5 SSD. We have a whole video about it. I still have this. This is currently the boot drive for the ASRock Nova motherboard. The ASRock Nova, which is currently paired up with a 9800 X3D as my VR home theater gaming desktop. So if you guys want to see a video on that computer, let me know and I'll make a video. That's the home theater gaming VR computer using the TD510 Gen 5 and an ASRock X870E Nova and a Ryzen 7 9800X3D. That is the gamer computer. So it's got that world's first Gen 5 SSD. This is a 2 terabyte. I paid a lot of money for this. I paid, what did I pay for this thing? It was like $350. I paid $349 at Micro Center for the world's first Gen 5 SSD. This was back in early 2023. So it's been almost 3 years ago. It was like January or February of 2023. You guys can go find the YouTube video, TD510. You know, it comes with a built-in fan. It comes with active cooling that's terribly loud. That I don't even use the fan. You know, it's yeah, world's first Gen 5 SSD. The early Gen 5 SSDs use a ton of power, and they aren't really worth it. Read speeds on this were like 10,000 megabytes read write, somewhere around there. So not even max of a Gen 5, but definitely faster than Gen 4. So the funny thing about me making that video was Video Cards had an article about my video. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, there was like no content on that, man. Like no one cared about Gen 5. You know what the funny thing is? That was also when Forspoken launched. Forspoken was also in January, and Forspoken was one of the first games to utilize direct storage. And direct storage actually benefits from SSD speed. Like it does. Igor's lab has an article about it. I did a whole video about it. There was another German tech channel, not Der Bauer. It was like another one. It was like a lesser known one in the global market, but it's a German tech publication. It's like a website. I think they have a video, but they also talked about it, and they also had the same kind of results that I showed in my video. So yeah, that was fun. World's first Gen 5 SSD. So the inland TD510. They don't sell it anymore, obviously. Crucial. I did get another Gen 5. Here's the box. Crucial T700, 2 terabyte. So I did get this one. This one is in this computer. It's not the boot drive, but it is in this computer. Crucial T700, 2 terabyte. PCIe 5.0. So this one, I think I also got this sometime back in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. But it was like in the second half of that year. So this was like that second wave of SSDs. This was like Micron came out with their version, which is the Crucial T700. I was like one of the first people to get the T700. Now, obviously, now there's the Crucial T705 and the Crucial T710. They're more refined versions of what I have. But at that point, I realized, you know what? Gen 5 ain't worth it. Gen 5 ain't worth it. I'll be honest, when I bought this, I bought it because I wanted to kind of have like, oh, world's first. Look at me. I've got the world's first Gen 5 SSD. But you guys look at my track record of like what I'm actually using. Like, I'm not using the latest and greatest. You know what I mean? Like, I've got this in my computer right now as a gaming drive. This one is in my like home living room computer as the Windows drive, but you know, I mean, that's how I'm using my Gen 5 SSDs. So at this point in time, you guys can see all of my drives in my computers that are SSDs are Gen 3, except for these two Gen 5. So this is the interesting thing about me. I ended up with a Gen 5 SSD in my desktop before I completely skipped Gen 4. I went Gen 3, like, okay, I went SATA to Gen 3 to another Gen 3, and then all of a sudden Gen 5. Like completely skipped Gen 4. The only Gen 4 that I purchased was not even for the computer. The only reason why I bought the Gen 4 was because of PS5. PS5. Like that doesn't even count because it's in the console. So all my computer-based SSDs are Gen 3, and then I have like these two Gen 5, and those are the only two Gen 5s that I've got. All these other ones are Gen 3. I'm trying to remember, when did I buy? Okay, at some point, probably here, I bought Samsung 970 EVO Plus 2 terabyte. And you know what this is? PCIe 3.0. Yeah, another Gen 3. Another Gen 3. Man, the chat is overlapping with this. I don't know. We kind of have to move this somewhere, but whatever. I'll just have to leave it here for now. So, another Gen 3 at some point. I don't know. I may have bought this before or after this. I can't remember anymore. I know I bought this from a Best Buy because I needed it for something, and so I ended up buying this for I think it was for some laptop or something. I can't remember. So I have that, and then I got Crucial, and then I got the what was that other Crucial drive? Or Inland Performance Plus 4 terabyte for Threadripper. So this is 4.0. PCI 4.0. So I finally bought a Gen 4 4 terabyte SSD. And this one was open box, I think. Yeah, from Micro Center. It was open box at Micro Center. Someone bought an SSD and returned it for some reason. So I figured, hey, I can get this for super cheap. Install Windows, format the whole thing, install Windows, fresh, for my Threadripper computer. So the Threadripper computer that I use, the boot drive is an open box Inland Performance Plus 4 terabyte from Micro Center that I just randomly bought. And then I started, this is what opened the floodgates, where it's like I started buying a bunch of Gen 4. I did buy some other Gen 3. So I did buy Intel 670p 2 terabyte PCIe 3.0 times 3. So I bought like 3 of these Intel SSDs. Gen 3, these are like Intel's gamer SSDs, but they were limited to Gen 3 speed. But they're very good for gaming drives. And then I bought them because Intel's like, oh, we're getting out of the SSDs. I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy them up. They're on clearance. That was when people were buying those Optane drives, somewhere around there. So I bought like 3 Intel 2 terabytes from Micro Center. Then I bought this thing for Threadripper. Then I started going on the rampage when it came to like Crucial. So I bought like Crucial P3 Plus 4 terabyte times 2, I think. One of them is in Threadripper. The other one is in another computer. I think the Intel computer has one. Or maybe Godlike has one. I can't remember. But anyway, I bought like 2 of these. These are PCI 4.0. I have 2 of them. Then I bought Crucial P3 2 terabyte, which I believe are the last 2 terabytes. I bought like 4 of these. This is 3.0. Is it 3.0? Yeah, 3.0. I bought 4 of them for very, very cheap because they were Gen 3. It was like a clearance deal. So I literally bought like a 4-pack of these, and I put them all in a RAID card. The Asus Hyper M.2 Gen 4 card. I put 4 Gen 3s in a Gen 4 Hyper M.2 card and put those in the Threadripper computer. So Threadripper has these. Threadripper has, I think it has these. It has one of these. I don't know where the other one is. And then it has this. So this is all like Threadripper stuff. if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure, yeah, these are all Threadripper stuff. And then we started buying even more Crucial. It just goes all on the deep end on Crucial. Crucial, T500, 2 terabyte, PCI 4.0 for PS5 Pro. I'm going to have to make room. I'm running out of room here. Oh dear, I need to move. Well, hold on. Let's cut this and move this here. We don't need that stuff over there anymore. And then we'll just black out this. Yeah. So the PS5 has this inland micro center drive. The PS5 Pro has a Crucial T500. Both of these have DRAM. In fact, these have DRAM. I think the Intel SSDs have DRAM. The Gen 5 SSDs definitely have DRAM. I think the P3 Plus has DRAM. I could be wrong in that statement. I know the Inland Performance Plus has it because that's Micro Center's like best SSD. But a lot of these other ones do not have DRAM. PS5, I always gave the best. I always gave whatever the best was, I would give to PS5. All the ghetto, cheap, whatever, garbage tier SSDs, I would throw in my computer. The computer would get all the trash. The console would get all the good stuff. That was my logic. And then, what did I do after that? Where are we at? This was like 20... Okay, this was like last year. Okay, so that brings us to the current picture, current landscape. So Crucial P310, 4 terabyte, and then I got Samsung 990 Evo Plus, 4 terabyte. So these are my current SSDs. These are like the latest ones that I bought. Lexar, I forget what the Lexar is. It's a Lexar 4 terabyte, PCIe 4.0. These are all PCIe 4.0. This is PCIe 4.0 X4 or PCIe 5.0 X2. So these are my SSDs that I purchased this year. And then, of course, you guys know I bought for Black Friday, I bought the Crucial BX 500 4 terabyte SATA. This is like a 2.5 SSD. So those are my SSDs. NM7, yeah, I think you're right. No, I think it's NM780. I think for some reason I vividly remember 780, but maybe you're right. It's cheap. It was a cheap one. It was like it has no DRAM. It's like a $230 SSD. That's what I paid. So these are all the SSDs that I have. So you can see I've got a ton of Micro Center, a ton of Crucial. We've got some Samsung in here for historicals. Like the early days, I had Samsung. Yeah, well, mine is a Gen 4. It's just, I don't think it's the highest end one. Because it was cheap. Because I only buy cheap SSDs. I never buy... If you guys notice, the only, okay, my first SSD was a Samsung Pro. This one right here. And this is the only Samsung Pro that I've ever purchased. I would never waste money on another Samsung Pro. I would only ever buy, as I have done, the Samsung Evo. 990 Evo Plus. I bought the Samsung Evo. I bought the NVMe Evo. I bought the Evo 970 Plus. and I bought the 990 Evo Plus. So I only get the cheapy cheap. I always go cheap on my SSDs. I never want to spend money. The exception to that rule was when I bought the world's first Gen 5 and the Crucial T700. Those I paid because I wanted a Gen 5 SSD. But every other time I buy SSDs, I sort by lowest price, and you guys see how my buying habits changed. Like I started with whatever, like back then, in 2013, like what are you gonna do? But 2017 and up, 1 terabyte. 2020, we move into the 2020 to like 2020, what is this? 2023. I'm buying 2 terabyte. 2 terabyte. This is what I call the 2 terabyte era. And then, so I did still buy some 2 terabytes. You can see I bought like a pack of like 2 terabytes down here. But you guys can see the progression of technology. Okay, obviously the console has a 2 terabyte. But at this point today, this year, all the SSDs that I've purchased are 4 terabyte. I don't buy anything smaller than 4 terabyte anymore. I don't even look at them. I sort them all out. I filter them all out. I go to 4 terabyte and I do lowest price, 4 terabyte. What's the cheapest thing? That's how I buy SSDs. I don't care what the performance is because it's an SSD, it's totally fine. I don't care. And that's why I load my computer chock full of system RAM so that the SSD, even though the SSD doesn't have DRAM, who cares? It'll take RAM from the computer. It'll just use the RAM from the computer. The modern Windows 11 is capable of doing that. Can you chain all those into PCIe card? Yeah, that's what I did with this. I explained that earlier. These 4 are in a PCIe card in the Threadripper computer. You go in the BIOS, you bifurcate 4x4x4x4, and that's how you do it. I have that in Threadripper. Godlike can do it too in a 4x4 using the built-in card that's included in the Godlike. But this is that's how I do it. I mean, I don't know. I don't expect people to copy me or anything. But to me, we're not in a 2 terabyte era anymore for flash storage. We're in a 4 terabyte world. So if you're going to buy an SSD, you better buy a 4 terabyte SSD. You don't have to. That's what I recommend. So that's the list. It's all, so you can see it. Like I said, there it is. Inland and Crucial. Inland and Crucial is the vast majority of SSDs that I buy. Any thoughts on the high endurance, high Kingston? I mean, if it's high endurance, it's good. I'll tell you right now, this SSD in particular, let me outline it in a different color. This one right here, this has a total, it's like TBW. The TBW on this is like 200. The TBW on this is 200. I bought this thing in 2022. It still works fine. I literally use it as a scratch drive in this computer, and I have the other one in another computer. No problem. No problem. That's the collection. That's my SSD collection. I wouldn't really call it a collection because I actually use this in computers. But yeah. You had 2 XPG drives. Took the Windows key in 1 year, never again. Well, I'll tell you what my boot drives are. Yeah, the boot drives. My boot drives are in this computer. The boot drive is the Inland Premium 2 terabyte Gen 3. In the Godlike, what is the boot drive in the Godlike? I don't even know what it is. Man, what is the one in the Godlike? I know it's a Gen 3 SSD. I'm trying to remember which one it is, though. Yeah, I don't actually remember. I don't actually know. I could go and check real quick. I could just go turn on the computer. I could just turn it on, wait for it to wake up from sleep. All I do is I reach over and I press the space bar and the computer wakes up. Oh, you had BX500s died? How old were those BX500s though? Because Crucial did have a history of the MX300s dying. Okay. I checked the Godlike. The Godlike is using an SSD that I forgot to list. It turns out, let me go back. The Godlike has a inland performance plus 2 terabyte PCI 4.0. So I do have, so I've got an inland performance plus 4 terabyte open box for Threadripper, and apparently I have an inland performance plus 2 terabyte for Godlike, which is the same drive that's in the PS5. The difference is the PS5 has the one with the included heatsink. This one did not have the included heatsink. So okay, so boot drives. We're talking about my boot drives. I am using, let's use yellow. The computer that I'm streaming on right now uses the Inland Premium. The Godlike uses the Inland Performance Plus. The Intel computer, oh boy, I don't know what that one uses either. I'm pretty sure that one is using a Crucial drive, though. I'd have to turn on the Intel computer to know. Okay, what I can tell you, though, is the Intel 13900 is using... I don't even know what that's using, man. One of them is using a Prime. Because I've got 2 Primes. One of them is using a Prime. One of the Primes is a boot drive. I think the 13900K has that. Oh, wait, I remember. Okay, yeah, this one. This is the boot drive in the Intel Core Ultra computer. 13900K, I think, is using one of the Primes. I recently rebuilt that computer. Because you guys remember I took apart my 13900K desktop. I gutted it. I gave all the SSDs to other computers. I took all the hard drives from it. I gave them to the home NAS. 13900K is basically a shell of a computer. It's literally just the CPU in a motherboard with, I don't even know if there's a GPU in there. I recently put it back together though, just because. But yeah, I think that's what it is. Inland Prime, I think, or something like that. One of those. One of those. So we got Inland. Threadripper's boot drive is Inland Performance Plus 4 terabyte. So yeah, those are my boot drives, guys. That's what I use. That's what I personally use. So we currently have, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the gaming computer. The gaming computer with the VR setup is using the Inland TD510. That has the 9800X 3D and the ASRock Nova. So yeah, there you go. That is it. Forget about the 1300K. That's not even an actual computer right now. So it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 computers. 5 computers with boot drives. So you guys can see, I use a lot of Inland. When it comes to Windows, Windows is on Inland. Oh, the Linux computer. The Linux computer What is the... What is Linux installed? Oh, Linux is installed on one of these Intel 670p 2 terabytes. Yeah, the Linux computer. My Ubuntu is using one of those Intel 610s. Because it's a Gen 3 and it's on a Gen 3 motherboard with an old Threadripper. That's why. How many systems have almost all Steam library mirrored? There's only like there's like 3 computers that have the Steam library mirrored. The rest, I don't game on the Linux computer, so that one doesn't even have Steam installed. I think I installed it on there and then uninstalled it at some point. So I don't have any Steam games on Linux. I might try it again, but Ubuntu is not a very good distro for gaming, so that's why. It's really, there's 3 computers. The Godlike, this computer, strangely enough, even though I don't really game on this computer that much. So this computer, Steam, and Threadripper. Oh, and Intel. Okay, so 4 computers. 4 computers have my Steam games on them. The rest don't. Now, you're probably like, well, what about your gaming computer? So the TD510, the living room computer, that doesn't have a lot of games installed because it's used for like VR games. So think like Beat Saber and that kind of stuff. So that doesn't have a lot of games installed, let alone big games. Because VR games don't take up a lot of space. I don't have Monster Hunter. Actually, I do have Monster Hunter installed on that computer because we have featured that computer on stream a few times. So basically, the games that I consider like popular games that I play on a regular basis, those games are installed on every computer. Well, not every computer. Most computers. Not Linux, not the Strix Halo, those things. But like I have, for example, Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is installed on almost every single computer that I have. Even the laptops. So, what's the point of where the NAS? What do you mean? I don't have Steam on the NAS. The NAS is used for the YouTube channel primarily. So I don't know. There's no Steam games on the NAS at all. I don't see the point of that. Okay, this is what I do for Steam games. So for those wondering how I handle Steam games, you guys may have noticed, ooh, this is a terrible large amount of SSDs. Well, guess what? These SSDs are divided across 4 desktop computers. So I just download the Steam games on all the computers. That's literally what I do. I literally have Monster Hunter Wilds installed individually, locally, on like 5 computers. Same thing with Night Rain. Same thing with Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know of any better way to do it. I just install the game and just waste so much SSD space locally on every single computer. That's what it is, guys. Like it's not even high end. It isn't even fancy. I just download the game on 5 different computers, waste all the SSD space, and then when I'm running out of SSD space, guess what? It's time to go to Micro Center and buy more SSDs. That's how it is. I mean, it's very, very basic. There's nothing fancy here. Why do you think I have all these SSDs? It's like, yeah. Monster Hunter, all these giant Steam games that take up like so much space, they're all wasting all the space on all these SSDs. For real. What do you do when you run out of slots? That's what the slow SSDs are for. Basically, the old games that don't benefit from SSDs go on like hard drives or SATA SSDs. That's what I do. We didn't really cover my SATA SSDs. I actually have more than what's shown here. What do I have? I've got the BX500. I've got MX300. I've got another MX300. So I think I have like 2 of those. And I actually have 4 of these. So it's like I've got a bunch of SATA SSDs too. Not as many as NVMe, but let's just say I don't have problems with Steam games. Isn't it better to have a centralized location for games? I mean, I guess if the game doesn't have Steam cloud saves, but pretty much most of the games that I play on Steam have Steam cloud saves anyway, so I just always save to the cloud automatically. And it's like if I you guys know, like we streamed Monster Hunter the other day. We were streaming on Threadripper. Previously, I was streaming Monster Hunter on like the Godlike. I don't care. All I do is launch the game. It pulls down the save file from the cloud, so the local computer. I play the game on that local computer. Then when I exit the game, it syncs the save to the cloud when I exit the game. Then I go to the other computer the next time, launch the game. It pulls the save file off the cloud automatically, and that's how I've always done it. That's how I handle Night Rain. That's how I handle Monster Hunter. Live service games, they sync all the time. Like Genshin, they sync all the time. Final Fantasy 14, same deal. It syncs all the time. So, doesn't really matter. Some older games don't sync. Like Dark Souls 3 is annoying because that one doesn't have Steam Clouds. So if you play on one computer and you want to go play on another computer, then you got to do the manual, back up the save, and then pull down the save manually. That's very annoying. That's annoying. So yeah, I just use cloud saves. So it's never a problem. Yeah, the time to buy SSDs was last spring or last year. I'll tell you guys the lowest SSD prices in 2022 were real cheap. Like I said earlier, I paid $70 for a 2 terabyte SSD. Another good year was 2023. Oh, that's right. That's right. When I bought the Crucial P3 Plus, the Crucial P3 Plus 4 terabytes, I paid $169 for 4 terabyte Crucial P3 Plus in 2023. That's how much I paid for a 4 terabyte SSD. I bought 2 of them because it was so cheap. Imagine that now. You want to buy a 4 terabyte SSD? You're not going to be paying $169 for a brand new 4 terabyte SSD. This year I paid $239 for Samsung Evo Plus 4 terabyte in 2025. Earlier this year. You shouldn't. Okay, here we established this on one of the previous live streams. If you're paying $50 per terabyte, so per terabyte, this is a good deal. That's how you can tell you're getting a good deal. Because if you look at my deals, I paid $194 for 4 terabyte Crucial BX500 during the Black Friday a few weeks ago, or last month. A month ago, I paid $194 for 4 terabytes. So if you do the math states that you want to pay at or less than $50 per terabyte. The guy was selling that. Man, that guy is kind of, I don't want to say he's dumb or anything, but he didn't understand the value of those SSDs. Well, it depends on when you bought that off of him. So anyway, so we do the math. 194 divided by 4,096. So that's, what is that? 47, or it's like $47 per gigabyte or per terabyte, basically. So you're paying under $50 per terabyte. So typically what this means is you want to pay less than $200 for 4 terabyte SSDs. That's what this means. I don't pay more than $200 for 4 terabyte SSDs, ideally. That's how I know I'm getting a good deal. That's how I know I'm getting a very good deal. In this market, that's considered a really good deal. And guess what? Black Friday deal, this is less than $200 for 4 terabytes. I consider that a good deal, so I went and bought it. A few years ago, same thing. 169, 4 terabyte, that's less than 200 for 4 terabytes. That's a good deal. You can apply the exact same logic for a 2 terabyte if you're not buying 4 terabyte. For a 2 terabyte, you want to pay less than $100 for 2 terabyte SSDs. So it's the same exact logic. The only difference is it's half the price of a 4 terabyte SSD. So, like, for example, these 2 terabyte inlands that I was buying back in 2022, I paid $69 for 2 terabyte inland QN322 during Black Friday 2022. Or maybe it was 2023. I think it was 2022. So that's how I know I'm getting a good deal. If I'm buying 2 terabyte, I want to be under $100. If I'm buying 4 terabyte, I want to be under $200. Does that apply to external hard drives? It can, but here we're really talking about internal SSDs. The reason why you would end up paying slightly more for an external drive, and we're talking about an external SSD, not an external hard drive. A hard drive is completely different because it's not NAND flash. But that's a great question. So for external, typically you're going to end up paying more because you're buying the included enclosure as an attached product with the cable and everything. So those are typically going to cost more. They shouldn't be a lot more though. But that's a great question, and I think a lot of people don't really talk about external drives that frequently. But yeah, if I was going to buy a 4 terabyte external SSD, I would probably want to pay around $240, under $250 for a 4 terabyte external SSD. The live streams. So, for example, right now, Tech Thursdays, this episode of Tech Thursdays is being recorded to an SSD right now at full 4K 60 frames per second using AV1 encoding. So you imagine, I mean, we're about to be 3 hours. So we're talking 3 hours. Imagine the file size for 4K 60. So if anyone works with video editing, you guys know these are big files. Big file sizes for the raw, unedited footage for these live streams. The gaming live streams that I do on the weekend, those are huge files, guys. I'll give you an example. The Monster Hunter live stream that we did on Tuesday, the file size for that is around 80 gigabytes. 80 gigabytes for one live stream. So think about how that's going to fill up the SSDs. Why not just let YouTube? Because YouTube doesn't save it at 4K. YouTube will only save it at like 720p. So these are huge file sizes. So you got to have a lot of storage. That's a good question, though. Yeah, YouTube does save my live streams, but it doesn't save them in high quality. The other thing, too, is you got to remember YouTube does a ton of compression. Like, YouTube compresses the video quality down a lot. So if I want to work with an unedited, like, full quality, like native quality, also known as placebo level compression, or meaning no compression, I really need that native original recording, and that's what I'm doing with the local computer. So that's why, yeah. Because I could take a YouTube video, edit that, and then like upscale it to 4K. It's not gonna look anywhere close to as clear or sharp or as good as the original recording. Now, for a while, we were live streaming at 4K, but the reason why I stopped doing that, so if you guys check right now, we are streaming at 1440p 60, but what I'm doing is I'm literally dual encoding. So I'm streaming to YouTube and I'm downscaling my live stream to 1440p so that I get lower latency. So when you guys hear me say something and you guys type a message in the chat, it's much faster for me to respond versus when I was streaming at 4K. When I stream at 4K, I cannot use YouTube's low latency mode, and that means there's like almost a half a minute delay between the time I say something and you guys actually hear it, and then when you guys type something, it takes me like 30 seconds before I even see that message. So that's why I don't stream in 4K anymore. But what I decided to do is I will locally record my stream in 4K, so I'll still have a 4K version of all my live streams. So in post, I can still make a 4K, like for example, the discussion we did earlier on the PC industry, the memory prices. If I want to turn that into a separate YouTube video, which I probably need to start doing, like make a clipped variant of some of these live streams, a condensed version, I can go back and I can take my 4K stream and I can edit that, upload that as a 4K video, even though the live stream that you guys are watching right now is only a 1440p live stream. So but we're talking big file sizes. So this is why I have to have all these SSDs. And on top of that, I have to have hard drives for the long-term, what I call cold storage of the final footage once it's edited, like all the YouTube videos, all the, like any sort of live stream that is over 1 month old, I go ahead and I throw that into a hard drive, so it's no longer wasting space on the SSD. So that's how I run the channel. So I would imagine other YouTube, like bigger YouTube channels, probably have professional editors. I don't have any of that stuff. It's literally me having to do all the editing myself, and all the post production and everything. So, like if you have a team or you have someone else that does the editing, you basically offload all of it to their computer. They edit it all, and then they make a final one, and then that goes to long-term storage. Do you recompress to save space? No, I don't. I do not recompress. Everything just eats up all the space. I'm very old school when it comes to. I don't know much about like professional video editing. I'm completely self-taught, and it's like whatever, like I gotta do whatever is easy for me to figure out how to do just to make it work. So it's like I don't bother to recompress anything. Like once the video is done and it's uploaded and all that stuff, the long-term storage is all on a hard drive, not on SSD. But yeah, this is the logic that I've used over the years. And feel free to copy this logic so you guys know, like if you're going to buy a 2 terabyte, you want to try to be as close to $100 as possible. If you want to buy a 4 terabyte, you want to be as close to $200 as possible. So that's pretty much the logic. That being said, you go look at the current price of SSDs and it does not look pretty. It does not look pretty at all. Look at this, 4 terabyte. What's my price point? I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna immediately think $200. And is this $200? No, it isn't even close. So this is how you know we are in for a terrible 2026 when it comes to computer hardware next year. Like really, really bad. Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, where's my $200 price point? Oh man, $250 overpriced. That's insane. Crazy stuff, man. You just got here for the memory logic. What are you talking about? What? The time to build a computer was yesterday. Yeah, the time to build a computer was a few months ago. Or last year. It's not good right now. This is definitely not good. But see, this now you guys know my logic. So now you guys know what I think when I start looking at SSD prices. Because remember what I've done. What have I done? I've sorted 4 terabyte and I've set to lowest price. So I'm looking for $200. So I want to be at or under $200. And right now, the lowest price on an NVMe is coming in at $300 for this Team Force 4 terabyte TLC. Now, TLC is pretty good. That's good flash. It's not really necessary for a consumer SSD, but it's very good nonetheless. The price, though, is $100 over what I want to pay. Because remember what I said, I don't want to pay over $200 for a 4 terabyte SSD. So this is $100 over what I want to spend. So this is the lowest price. Sorting by lowest price. So that is very, very bad. Very bad. The Samsung Evo, over $300. So these prices are going to continue to go up. They're just going to go up. So, it's not good. Let's look at graphics cards. Graphics cards are at risk of going up early next year. So, you guys already know my rule of thumb for buying graphics cards. I recommend buying at MSRP if you can, or as close to MSRP as possible. So, right now, this is going to come down to you understanding the MSRP. So definitely, if you're in the market for a graphics card, you want to educate yourself on what is the actual normal price from the manufacturer for these graphics cards. That way you know if it's an actual deal, or if it's overpriced, or if it's actually on sale. Now I can tell you right now, this Power Color Reaper, this is on sale. The MSRP is $599. This 600 whatever number that Micro Center is throwing out there is complete nonsense. It's fake. It's fake. You have to know the true MSRP to understand if you're getting a really good deal. So then the true MSRP is $600 for the RX 9070 XT basic edition, meaning no fancy cooler, no fancy RGB. So this is actually a good deal because this is coming in $20 under MSRP. So that's a pretty good deal for a graphics card. Here is another one. Here's another one that's a good deal. So the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5070 Ti from Asus. The MSRP of the 5070 Ti is, in fact, $750. So this one is not as good of a deal as this one because this one is actually under MSRP. This one is equal to MSRP. So this one is not like overpriced, it's not underpriced, it's just, it is what it is. It's priced exactly at MSRP. So this one is also technically a good deal because they're not overcharging, you're not saving money, but you're not wasting money, if that makes sense. So you're just getting it at the normal price. So that one also is a good one. But it's very important to understand and the MSRP. Like here's another one. This one is literally at the MSRP. Just like this Nvidia one, this AMD one is at the actual MSRP. So technically, that Power Color one is a better deal. Objectively speaking, the Power Color one's a better deal. But you take into account some of the stuff like this one, for example, has some RGB or some form of RGB. It's not a whole lot, but it has some, so it looks like the cooler is a thicker cooler, at least the fan shroud. So there may be some advantage in cooling from that one. Here is an RTX 5080 that is at MSRP. This is also, now I personally would never buy a 5080 because I've already commented why I don't recommend buying a 5080. I think you're wasting money because it's bad value. I would encourage somebody to buy a 5070 Ti and save, what is that, $250? I mean, you're losing what, 5% performance across the board, but you're saving like so much money and you're still getting the same amount of VRAM. The reason why I don't recommend the 5080, even though this one is at MSRP, is 16 gigabytes for $1,000 is not a good investment. This graphics card will not age well for the amount of money you're spending. If you spend $1,000 now and get this graphics card, you're going to regret it when the Super Series gets announced in the summer of next year, and everyone who waited to buy a 5080 Super is going to get access to a 24 gigabyte graphics card for the same amount of money. So yeah, this is basically the one for the people who don't understand like how technology works, or they don't understand, like what's a good deal. But technically speaking, this one is at MSRP, but I don't recommend buying it. Like, I personally wouldn't buy this. Like, even at MSRP, I wouldn't buy this. So, yeah. But you have to recognize the MSRP of graphics cards. That's the point of what I'm discussing here, is understand what is the appropriate price. Now, here is an example of an overpriced graphics card. And here's another one. We'll talk about this one too. So, this is a 5070 Ti, but it is $120 overpriced. So the question becomes, is it worth paying $120 more than the normal MSRP for what you're getting? Meaning, is ASUS offering enough value to be worth $120 extra? Because at the end of the day, if you buy this and your friend buys this and your friend saves $120, you're going to be getting the exact same frame rates in the exact same game. Like, you're never going to be able to tell the difference performance-wise because there is no difference. So that's the reason why it's questionable whether or not this is worth it. Now, some people might say, oh, you get the white ASUS you get the white color. You're doing a white build. Maybe you have no other choice. Well, now you need to go and look at other white colored GPU options for the exact same GPU. But is this worth it? I don't think so. But that's just me. All right, here's another one. So the 5090 MSRP is $2,000, $1,999. So this is $1,000 over MSRP. So is this worth it? Is this worth $1,000 over MSRP? Probably not. Would I personally buy this? No. Especially in the current market right now, I would try to get a 5090 that is no more than $2,500. So I would go up to $500 over MSRP today, right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother buying one. So, because, yeah. The average sale price for this GPU is around, for not this particular model, just 5090 in general. The average sale price is typically around anywhere from like $2,300 to $2,700. So that's why I say $2,500 is like right in the middle of that. So that's the reason why that's as high as I would go personally. But it's different when you're looking at a high-end graphics card, because the same logic of MSRP doesn't always apply, because sometimes you just have no choice but to overspend if you want the graphics card. Now the question is, how much should you overspend? That is the question. You know you're going to overspend, but the question is, by how much should you overspend? That is the logic behind buying a high-end graphics card versus buying like a normal, everyday, regular, average graphics card like this. You never buy used. Well, I wouldn't say never buy used. If you're considering buying used, you have to do a lot of research on the seller. You have to make sure that the seller is legitimate. You have to make sure that you're not going to get scammed, obviously. You just got to do a lot of extra due diligence. You got to, the seller has to have a decent return policy. It would be nice if you could meet the seller, if it's like a local sale, like Facebook Marketplace or something, and be able to see the GPU ideally working or something, or, visually inspected, that kind of stuff. Buying used is always more involved for obvious reasons compared to buying new. But that is where buying certified refurb is not a bad idea. Like Micro Center oftentimes can sell refurbished GPUs. And like if I was going to buy a GPU that's not current generation, so meaning it's going to be used, I personally would buy a refurbished GPU from a big retailer like Micro Center and pay a little bit more for the extra benefit of knowing that it's coming from a trusted retailer versus buying it off of some random guy from like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that that's not a valid way to buy a used GPU. I'm just saying, like, it's less risk. It's easier to just buy refurb from a big seller like Newegg or somebody. But you're probably gonna pay more for the used hardware if you do that. Any 5090 at MSRP, new or secondary, is a good deal these days. Yeah. If you can get one at MSRP, but can you get one at MSRP? I don't know, unless you're able to get the Founders Edition, which is not a very good 5090, by the way, for a lot of reasons. Go watch all the melted connector videos, and the noise videos. So RTX 5090. Let's see, does Micro Center have a model that is at MSRP? So they've got a Zotac that is close. So they've got this Asus. They've got an Asus. They've got a Gigabyte. Hold up. They've got some MSR. They got a Zotac. Yeah, they've got a Zotac, they've got an Asus, and they got a Gigabyte. So let's talk about these. If you're buying an RTX 5090 for MSRP, there are options. There are options, but they're very hard to find. They're usually out of stock. The WindForce from Gigabyte with the flow-through design. 2 fingers. But I want to say something though. Like, I personally have never owned a Gigabyte graphics card, but I have heard a lot of bad things about Gigabyte graphics cards. So I personally might not buy this just because of what I've heard other people say. But my rule of thumb is, if I myself have personally never had a bad experience with a brand, regardless of what other people say, I am willing to consider that brand. I am willing to take a gamble on the brand so that I myself will get first-hand experience with that brand. So just because everyone tells me don't buy Gigabyte, it's the worst brand for graphics cards, it's the worst reliability, I might still consider buying Gigabyte. But a lot of people have told me it's bad for GPUs. Zotac is typically what I recommend. So Zotac and PNY are the two that, those are my two go-to brands for GeForce. So this one I would have no problem choosing the Zotac. Now the question is, do I like the looks of it? This one looks like it belongs to the Gold Ranger from Power Rangers Zeo. I don't know. This just looks like it's something from Power Rangers Zeo. I'm just going to say that right now. I don't know if anyone here even knows what I'm talking about, if you even know what the Gold Power Ranger is. But the Zotac Solid looks like Paramidas from Power Rangers Zeo. For real. Like, legit. So anyway, I might actually choose that one at MSRP. And then Asus, tough. This is not a bad one either. Asus has a relatively good track record. They're a large partner for both AMD and NVIDIA. But for that reason, I don't typically recommend them. Because they sell both sides. So I'm the type of person, if one guy sells both brands and another guy only sells one brand, like for example, Zotac only sells NVIDIA, Asus sells both NVIDIA and AMD, I'm going to opt for Zotac. I typically I want to give my money to a company that is loyal to one provider, not one that pays both sides. Now, before anybody says, well, how come you have an Asus? Okay, well, that was because when I bought the Asus card, that was during a time when the 5090 was like brand new. It was super hard to get. So anyone buying one was overpaying by leaps and bounds. And like I told you guys, I needed to have the 5090 to showcase and form my own opinion of NVIDIA's multi-frame generation, so I could make objective statements on it. I can't just jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, it's useless, or oh, it's the best thing ever. I have to actually experience it firsthand to form my own opinion. And on top of that, the Astral from Asus is the only one, as you guys know, the Astral is the only 5090 to feature the monitoring resistors to warn you if the current is unbalanced. So that's pretty much the only reason, besides the fact that I needed to be able to objectively test multi-frame gen. Yeah, but the Matrix is literally just a glorified Astral. Gold Ranger had one of the best suits, way too OP. Yeah, dude, for real. The Gold Ranger, man. Zotac 5090. Represent Power Ranger Zeo. Gold Ranger. This is straight up Gold Ranger theme, man. For real. Look at the colors. This is Gold Ranger. Like, what is this? Yeah, it's the best one, man. Gold Ranger. Zotac represent. It's solid. You know what I'm saying? This one's solid. This one's solid. So I'll tell you right now, if I was in the market for a 5090 right now, I would get this Zotac. It's Gold Ranger style. It's solid. I mean, that must mean something. It says it's solid, all caps. You can't go wrong. Oh, 3 fingers. It's got the 3 fingers. You know how it is. You know how I am. It has the 3 fingers. It's got the 3 fingers. It's got that flow through. It got the NVIDIA reference caps. It's not doing that dumb thing that EVGA did, which, by the way, the Asus Astral is cheaping out on the capacitors on the back of the GPU die. Mine has the black ones, and I'm not happy about that. Anyway, So that looks pretty good to me. Triple finger, Gold Ranger, solid. This Asus TUF, only 2 fingers, which could be a problem if someone doesn't use the anti-sag bracket. So the reason why I don't like GPUs that only have 2 fingers, and when I say fingers, I'm talking about the back. This thing, these 2 little things, those are fingers. This is a 2-finger GPU. This one, 3 fingers. It's better. So the reason why I don't like this is because if somebody, now for me personally, it won't be a problem because I would never install this GPU without an anti-sag bracket. But you would be surprised. All you gotta do is go watch like Northwest Repair or any of the YouTube channels that repair graphics cards for a living. Go watch those channels. All the graphics cards that they get in for repairs because the customer cracked the PCB, the PCIe connector where it connects to the motherboard, they cracked it, or it failed over time and started artifacting on VRAM. Do you know why that happens? You know why that happens? Sag. Gravity. Gravity eventually causes the part of the GPU that connects to the PCIe slot to bend. And the pressure that's put on the PCB eventually causes some of the wire traces, especially the ones near the VRAM chip that is close to the motherboard, to fail. And that will result in games crashing, in memory artifacting errors that you see on the screen while the GPU is under load. These are all symptoms of somebody killing their GPU due to sagging. So I don't like 2 fingers because 2 fingers will make the GPU sag faster than 3 fingers. That doesn't mean that a 3-finger GPU can't sag, but it is more resilient to sagging because it has more force supporting it in the vertical on the side at the back of the case. Hence, it will help to support the GPU better without an anti-sag brace. But you still should use an anti-sag brace regardless of whether your GPU has 3 fingers or 2 fingers. It's just the amount of people, the amount of repair videos that I have seen where they fix a GPU because of sag killing the VRAM, it's almost always a 2-finger GPU. It's a triple slot with 2 fingers, or it's just straight up a 2-finger GPU that doesn't have proper support at the back. And the home user, the owner never used an anti-sag brace. So you would be surprised. I already know 4 people that I know that bought, one has a 7900 XTX, and guess what? They bought a ASRock Phantom Gaming 7900 XTX. They never installed a sag brace. Guess what happened? VRAM errors after like a year and a half. And we go in and we look at the case, we go look at the computer. Guess what? The GPU is sagging. It's so obvious. It looks so bad. They had to RMA and they had like a whole issue with customer induced damage because you could clearly see the sagging. And, you know, he had to argue that, well, how am I supposed to know about that? I put the GPU in the case. I installed it correctly. It worked good for a year and a half. Now all of a sudden I'm having the problem. This shouldn't be happening. Well, it's because of the sag, you know? So if a manufacturer wants to cut down on dumb customers, for lack of a better word, or ignorant customers who don't understand how gravity can affect their graphics card, then they should use 3 fingers. I'm just saying it would help reduce the probability. It won't eliminate it, but it will reduce the probability of sag causing a GPU to fail over time. Magnetic air doesn't sag. Case came with a bracket, but I left it out as it blocked one of the removable fans, so I'd have to take the brace out to remove. I would still use the anti-sag bracket. So I don't have the magnetic air, but I do have an XFX. I mean, you guys know I have the 7900 XTX. I have what, the Quicksilver? Yeah, I've got this one. This is the one that I've got. Oh boy, that one's overpriced. This is my 9070 XT with the magnetic fans. Yeah, this is mine. There's a whole video about it. We did a review, everything. I personally would use the anti-sag brace. I would not run this without any sort of anti-sag support. It is relatively heavy. It's not as heavy as a 5090. It doesn't have to be because it doesn't have that much wattage. But it's two finger. It's two finger and it can sag. It can sag because it's two finger and it's long. Typically, the longer the GPU, and if it's two finger, and if it's kind of heavy, and this one is kind of heavy, I would not dare use this without a sag bracket. Northwest has so many... Exactly. Snapped PCBs near the slot. Yeah, that shows that they did not support their GPU. They did not support the GPU. The customer will always deny or whatever, or you know, like they did not support it. They didn't support it. Or they didn't support it and they had an earthquake and then it broke because of the earthquake. So the 9070 XT magnetic air is way lighter. Yeah, I don't know, man. Personally, I wouldn't run it without a sag brace. I'm using the included sag bracket. The little thing that comes with it. You know what I'm talking about. It comes with that little thing, you unscrew it, it goes up. I'm using mine because I'm not gonna risk it. I kind of know if a GPU needs the sag bracket or not. I'll give you an example of one that doesn't need one. Radeon AI Pro R9700. Okay, so this doesn't need an anti-sag brace. It's not long. You can see that it's not overly long. You can tell it's a relatively short card because the PCB and the cooler are not that far apart from each other. Meaning the blower fan is not super far away from the PCIe slot. And it's not that heavy. So it's not heavy. It's only two slots. And it's not very long. So this doesn't need a support brace. I'm not using a support brace with this GPU. But with the 9070 XT, absolutely I'm using the support brace with that GPU. Because I do not trust that. I don't trust that. If I see sag, I am not going to allow it to sag. You'll never mount vertically as you can't use any. Yeah, I never mount vertically either. And then, you know how there was all those issues with people trying to run vertical mounts and they weren't getting Gen 5? And they were like, why can't my 5090 do Gen 5? And we come to find out that it's because they're using a riser cable. Yeah, no, I don't do vertical mounts either. I never do vertical mounts. I never deal with riser cables. I'm a very practical person, guys. I just want to just plug in the GPU. I want it to just work out of the box. I'm not going to do any stupid undervolting. That's retarded. You don't need to do that. You just run the GPU, verify everything works. Don't mess with it. Don't change fan curves. Just run it stock, verify everything works. Use it like that for like 2 or 3 days. Then, once it's past the return window, then you can go ahead and do whatever you want. You know, like, because you verified that there's nothing wrong with it from an out-of-box perspective. I never buy hardware and immediately proceed to overclock or undervolt if I know I'm going to keep it for a very, very long time. So Gigabyte's liquid metal drips out of the vGPU. Man, poor Gigabyte. Every time we talk about Gigabyte GPUs, someone always tells me some kind of weird story about something bad about Gigabyte GPUs. Like something bad happening to Gigabyte GPUs. What is this? Oh, wow. That's a pretty good deal right there. $700. That $530 for that 7900 XT was also pretty good. $700 for a 24 gigabyte GPU in this market. Now, granted, the only bad thing about 700 XTX, you don't get access to Redstone. So that's kind of like, eh. And this GPU is also 3 years old, so it's technically a middle-aged GPU at this point. But $700, 24 gigs of VRAM, I mean, that's pretty good. You're basically buying a 5070 Ti with more VRAM. That's essentially what you're getting. That's the way I see it. Power consumption is high too. Yeah, it's kind of high. I mean, it's like 350 watts. But, I mean, that's nothing like, 5090 or 4090 or any of those GPUs. I mean, this doesn't even come close to like a 3090 Ti. 3090 Ti is way weaker than this and uses way more power than this. So, and they have the same amount of VRAM. That's an interesting one, though. If those are still around, that's a pretty good deal. There's not a lot of good deals this year. Like, realistically, there's not a lot of good deals. Let's look at the Intel. Oh, actually, let's look at the PNY. My favorite PNY. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here's the deal, guys. Here's a deal. Is this a good deal? What do you think? Check it out. Micro Center's got it. PNY. Remember, PNY, the best NVIDIA brand, the only NVIDIA brand to offer the NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Workstation Edition. Micro Center's got it. 96 gigabytes of GDDR7, and it's literally a little over MSRP. I think MSRP is either $8,499 or maybe $9,000. So they're not overcharging for it, not by a lot if they are. That's a pretty good deal. There it is. The NVIDIA reference design. That's actually not the reference design. This is like the NVIDIA design. But this is it. PNY, the exclusive dealer. This is why they are the best brand for NVIDIA graphics cards. They are my go-to choice if I'm buying NVIDIA graphics cards. PNY, the best one. So there it is, guys. RTX Pro 6000, $9,000. There it is. That's it. The fastest GPU. Let's check out the performance numbers on the RTX Pro 6000. RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell, and I want to look at Max Q. All right, here we go. Check it out. Oh man, it's way faster than the 5090. 5090 is only 83% of a Blackwell workstation. So when NVIDIA wants something to be priced appropriately, they're going to make sure it wins. They're going to make it win. They will nerf that 5090 into the ground if they have to ensure that their $9,000 flagship is the most successful in terms of the performance numbers. So there it is. 83%. That the 5090 is only 83% of a Blackwell. The 4090, the once mighty 4090, is only 63%. 63% of an RTX Pro 6000. The 4080 and the 7900 XTX are only 50% of a Blackwell RTX Pro 6000. The 3090 Ti is 40% of a Blackwell Pro 6000. But here is the crazy thing. There is also another. The Max-Q, my favorite NVIDIA graphics card on the market. This is the true NVIDIA flagship. The Max-Q version. This is the one to get if you're serious about AI. It's quiet, except when it's like hitting 89 Celsius, then it gets loud. But it's quiet. 300 watt TDP. 300 watt TDP. Dual slot. This is the best one. Best one. Hands down. Max-Q. 300 watts. Guess what? 300 watts still beats a 600 watt 5090. The 5090 at 600 watts is 95% of a 300 watt Blackwell RTX Pro 6000 Max-Q. Meaning, when the Blackwell, the RTX Pro 6000 is power limited in the BIOS to no more than 300 watts, it is still faster than an RTX 5090. This is why I tell you guys, when NVIDIA wants something to win, they will make it win. They will make it win. There is none of this, this lower end card somehow manages to be the... No. They will make their flagship win all the time over their previous generation. Think about this. 300 watts. The RTX 4090 at 425 or what 450 watt is only 73% of the Max-Q. And the AMD card, 56% of a Max-Q. So what is the retail price of this? I thought we saw it earlier. Do they show it? I know they show it. Yeah. $8,500 US. $8,500. So that means we have to go back here. RTX, no, that's 5,000. RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Max-Q. So they are pricing it over MSRP by a little bit. They're making like $500 margin at least over MSRP on this GPU. Max-Q. This is the good one. Everything is precisely priced. There are no deals. Well, this is not a deal. You're not getting a deal if you're buying this. Well, not according to this. The price is typically it's around $8,500 is the actual MSRP. The thing is, these type of GPUs, the price on this is typically negotiable, like a car. But a lot of people don't know that. Yeah, Mike in the chat knows what I'm talking about. We know the more you buy, the more you save. Yes, the more you buy, the more you save. The more you buy, the more you save. The more... That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. The regular consumers do not know how this works. All they see is $9,000 and they're like, oh... Oh man, they don't know it's all about the deals. And I'm not talking about like a Black Friday deal. I'm talking about closing the deals. Mike, you know what I'm talking about. It's all about the deals. Closing the deals. Oh man. Yeah, so anyway, all this stuff about the memory. So I guess you guys can see that this is not affected. I don't know, at least not yet, but this is priced normally. At least right now. It's funny how NVIDIA doesn't price the 600 watt one more or the 300 watt one more or less. So most customers that are going to be buying this are going to be buying the Max Q. The Max Q is the one that's going to sell more in the enterprise market, not this one. This one, I don't even know why they made this, to be honest. Like, I guess they made this just to be like, hey, 600 watt TDP, nothing can touch this. It's basically Super Saiyan 4 from Dragon Ball GT. Like, you can't even get to this level. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what this is. So, I don't know why it exists, to be honest. Like, I guess someone would use this for AI in their home PC. If they're going to do some kind of virtualization stuff for workstation. This is perfect for like a Threadripper computer. But, I mean, I still don't understand why someone would buy this over the Max Q. Like, I'm just thinking out loud here. Like, if I had money to buy something like this, I would buy the Max Q. I would not buy the 600 watt thing. Like, I would buy this because it's blower style. It's more reliable in the sense that the blower style always lives forever. It's smaller. It's scalable. It's 300 watts. All of those things, in my mind, are good things versus this. Like, this is loud. This is obnoxious. It looks refined. I will give NVIDIA credit. This is a very nice design. I like the way it looks. Is it practical? Absolutely not. Is this one practical? For the price? Yes. This is the one that will end up in a server deployment. This is the one that would end up in a true workstation where you want to run more than one of these. So, it is good that they sell this, though, because this is NVIDIA's professional customers expect a blower style design. They expect a blower style design. Because historically, if you guys remember, all of NVIDIA's professional cards, like the Quadros, have always been blower style designs. So they had to offer this design because this is what is expected. This other one, I'm not sure why NVIDIA made this, to be honest. It's like, well, to show that at 600 watts, you can get more performance, but realistically, in your average AI workloads, you're not going to notice much of a difference compared to the Max Q. So I don't know. You are going to have to pros you can goose what? Well, it's always going to be 300 watts. No one's going to be doing 600 watts on this type of device, on this silicon. You know why? Scalability. I mean, you and I both know about the NVL4 and the NVL8 architecture. The rest of the... Man, this is like some kind of weird anime thing all of a sudden where it's like the character's breaking the fourth wall, but they're talking specifically to one person in the audience. Because it's like, you and I know this, but the rest of the viewers don't know this. You know what I'm saying? This is weird. People are probably like, what's going on? Like, what? NVL4, what's that? NVL8. All right, so let's get into the reason now why the memory prices are all messed up. So I'm going to delete this paint thing. Let's just clear the whole thing, I guess. Let's just select all. Delete, and then start over. So let's get into why the memory prices are all messed up. Is PNY the only AIB? The only AIB for what? For this? Yes, they are. That's why they're the choice. They're the best one. Okay, let's go to paint here. Okay, all the memory. So last time we talked about the not last time. This was like a few months ago, like back in October. I think it was October. We talked about something. Who here remembers when we talked about DGX? Probably no one. I don't blame you. That was the one live stream that was really weird that I think most people got lost or dazed and confused. So DGX, we talked about DGX back in October. Well, it turns out there's more than DGX. There are some other characters. Man, this live stream's already almost 4 hours. I don't think I have enough time to talk about all of this. This is going to turn into like a 6 hour... No, we're not going to do that. And there's MGX. So there are some different things here at play. You remember when the DGX station was released? Yeah, that was a long time ago. It's almost a decade ago at this point. So the DGX, the HGX, the MGX. Now, the DGX, we're gonna talk about the current generation of the DGX. GB300. Does anybody remember that? We talked about this last time, back in October. This was the topic of a specific live stream we did. It was basically showing you guys AI in its full raw form, hardware-wise, under the hood. How the sausage is being made. This was a very different type of live stream. So if you didn't watch it, you might want to go back and skim through some of that live stream. Otherwise, you're going to be completely lost on this one. This is like, it's like if you went to if you start a college class and you miss like 2 lectures, you come in on the third week, you are like completely lost if you didn't read anything ahead of time. Okay, so the next thing is HGX. Now, HGX is a reference platform from NVIDIA. All of this stuff is AI. It's all for AI. AI. Like when all those CEOs say AI, 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 this is AI explained. So now we have B300, latest and greatest, HGX. And then there's MGX, which we haven't talked about yet. But MGX, who here can tell me if the DGX is GB300 and HGX is B300? The question of the stream is, what is MGX using? If DGX uses GB300, HGX uses B300, what does MGX use? I'll be very impressed if someone knows the answer to this. How many people do we have? We have like 75 people watching this, man. And no one knows the answer? I think the audience is already lost, so we're probably not going to go too into the weeds on this. But the correct answer is the RTX Pro 6000. Yes, the RTX Pro 6000. This is the GPU that is used for AI in NVIDIA's modular AI reference platform. So, this is that $9,000 GPU that we just looked at on Micro Center. Meaning, NVIDIA's most powerful graphics card that consumers are aware of is actually the only one strong enough to hold its own in the AI space. In the Titan world, in the world of the gods or the AI gods, in the world of the AI gods, the RTX Pro 6000, yes, the $9,000 NVIDIA graphics card is the only GPU strong enough out of all of NVIDIA's other GPUs that are sold to consumers capable of holding its own. It's basically like this is Weiss, this is Beerus, and this is Goku from Dragon Ball Z. To use a Dragon Ball Z analogy, you have Weiss, Beerus, and Goku. That is who these three are. If you understand Dragon Ball Z, now you understand what these three things are relative to each other. You have the most powerful god, you have the second most powerful one, and then you have a mere mortal who is somehow, through sheer will of training, capable of holding his own with the very gods. That is the sort of realm that the RTX Pro 6000 is dealing with. So when the mere mortals look at it, they're like, oh my goodness, its power level is 9,000 USD. It's so powerful. It's so amazing. Like 5090 is basically like Krillin in this analogy. It isn't even on the map. Like it can't even compete. 5090 can't even go like Super Saiyan 2. You know what I'm saying? It's like a Super Saiyan 1, if that. The RTX Pro 6000 is like the big brother that can actually hold its own. But against these two guys, if they wanted to, they could mop the floor with this thing as though this was Batman, and this is like Superman and Superman's cousin. Just saying. So the laws by which these things are governed are just too different to directly compare them. This is the reason why, in NVIDIA's mind, they do not recommend these chips, if you will, for like all the same workloads. They're all meant for different workloads. The RTX Pro 6000 in particular is meant for inferencing-based AI workloads. Inferencing AI workloads. The B300 is kind of like a hybrid. It can be used for inferencing. It can be used for model training. It works either way. And the GB300, this is the flagship. This is the NVIDIA all-in-one full solution. Everything you want from NVIDIA, you got it. This is the god tier AI box. Like, this is the one that can do everything. So, how do these things work? Or, okay, I guess we're not going to go into how they work. We already explained that in the live stream back in October. But what you need to understand, what I want to illustrate here is why is the memory price through the roof? Because the demand for these three, and also to a lesser extent AMD's equivalents to all of these, is so high right now that the AI factories, as NVIDIA would call them, are scaling up and scaling out. So they are doing things where they need these devices that have to be interconnected in such a fashion. And if you guys watched the stream back in October, you guys remember when I drew this and somebody declared that we are so outside the realm of the tech enthusiasts at this moment. We are now into the uncharted territories of fanatic levels of technology. So these things are so high end that they require a full-on, man, I drew this all bad. So they need essentially dual fabrics. In fact, 3 fabrics. They need so much fabric. It's insane the amount of fabrics that they need. And herein lies the problem, because you're going to end up with an environment where you have a front-end fabric, a back-end fabric, a storage fabric, and object storage, cold storage, hot storage, basically like everything imaginable. So if we go and put either the DGXs in here, let's not use a circle, that'll confuse people. Let's use the DGX. Let's just put DGX like this. So if you put a DGX in here, you put a DGX over here, let's say we have some DGX. Let's just put like 4 of them or whatever to make it easy. It can be HGX. It can even be MGX. It doesn't matter. They need all of the parts. So if you're doing an HGX, you're going to do like this. You're going to do like that. You might be dual plane. You might be single plane. So you're going to go like this. You're going to go like that. You're going to go like this. You guys remember when we drew this out back in October? Now, there's more of them. You're going to have to scale up. You're going to have to scale out. You're going to need to do like this. You're going to need to do like that. Do like this. Do like that. Do like this. Do like that. Here we go. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing again. It's happening again. We're drawing out the thing from last time. So here we go. You're scaling up. You're scaling out. Remember what Jensen said. Follow the ways of the Jensen. Follow the ways of the Jensen. That's how it works these days. This is the reason why when I talk about NVIDIA, we don't talk about gaming when we talk about NVIDIA. Because it's not about that. It's about scaling up, scaling out, and buying more and saving more. The more you buy, the more you save. These are the ways. These are the ways. You have to understand the ways of the Jensen. So basically what's happening now is it's happening again where we're going to scale up and scale out. This is the thing. You guys remember we did this last time. It's insane. Like we got to do all the connections. It's crazy. You got to scale up. You got to scale out. You're going to do like this. You got to do like that. This, that, this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now we got to add more. Don't forget about the storage. Don't forget about the storage. You got to have storage. Put this over here. Get those over there. How do we get out of this building? You put these things up here. There you go. You guys remember all that stuff. So, what is going to use memory? What is going to use memory? Over here, I forgot the servers. Servers. These don't have GPUs. These don't have GPUs. What do these guys have? NVMe. M.2. No. U.3. Or whatever the other one is. MCIO, U.3, U.2, all that stuff. Object-based storage. RAGs. You gotta have the RAGs. You gotta have the RAGs. DDR5, DDR4. DDR5, DDR4. You gotta have all that stuff. What do we gotta do? Uh-oh, hold on. Hook them up. Hook them up. Get them in there. Get them in the fabric. Get them connected. Get them all in here. Here we go again. It's the thing. We're drawing the thing. Everybody likes when we draw the thing. Okay, so then this goes here. This goes there. This goes here. This goes there. This goes here. This goes here. Whatever. This goes like that. This goes like that. So, this is what it means to be NVIDIA. To understand NVIDIA, you do not need to know anything about games. They don't care about the gaming. It's all about this. If you know this, NVIDIA likes you. If you don't know this, NVIDIA doesn't like you. So, we're being 100% real right now. It's like people who actually know what's going on. Kudos to you for actually knowing what's going on right now. So, what we have built, this is an AI factory. What I have just drawn on the screen is an example of an AI factory. If you don't know how to answer, if you don't know what this is and you can't explain this, I can tell you right now, NVIDIA doesn't want to talk to you. So, who could tell me what these are? Let's see. Okay, job interview time. Job interview time. I give you this diagram, or I draw this diagram on the board, and you're interviewing with. You want to talk to Jensen Huang, whatever. You know, you just want to talk to the NVIDIA. You don't necessarily want to work there. You just want to talk to them. The first thing they're going to do, they're going to give you this drawing that I did, and they're going to ask you some questions about it. Okay, so someone got it right. Internet connection. Good job. This is the internet connection. So this is what? What is this circle? What is this circle? Who here can tell me what the circle represents? Routers. Very good. Okay, we got people in the chat that know what these things are. Okay, very good. This is a router. This is a router. Those are routers. They connect to the internet. How are you going to talk to ChatGPT? How are you going to talk to ChatGPT? All right, what is this thing? What is this? What is this box? Who could tell me what that is? Mike is close, but I'm asking specifically, what is that box? The database? No. It's a good try, but no. The database is on the screen, but it's not that box. Ooh, okay, Mark. Mark got it. Mark got it. It's a switch. It's a network switch. This box is a network switch. A network switch. So we have a router and we have a switch. So you have a switch and you have a router. What is the specific role of this switch? It has a name. It has a name. It is a switch, but there's a specific terminology. What type of switch is this? I'm not looking for a model number. No. I just want to know what is its role in the AI factory. Does anybody know? Fabric. Okay, well, two people answered at the same time, and they're both technically right. But the word that I was looking for, Deborah got it, was leaf. I was looking for the word leaf. This is known as a leaf switch. You're correct in that it is a fabric switch, but the true word that I was looking for, the key word, is the leaf switch. No, it's not top of rack. No. It's not a management switch. It's a fabric switch, but it is specifically a leaf switch. So if this is a leaf, if we can say this is a leaf, this is also a leaf. And so is this. And so is this. They're all leaves. This is a storage leaf. The storage leaf. We have two storage leaves over here. Why am I calling these storage leaves? Because they're connecting to the storage. So you have storage leaves. You have leaves. Okay. What is this one? If this lower one is a leaf switch, what is this one called? These two in particular, they have the same name, but who knows what these are? All of the answers were in that one live stream I did back in October. So I'm trying to understand, like, if people are actually interested in this, if people actually remember this stuff. Deborah got it, spine. That's the answer, the spine. Spine. These are spine switches. That is the answer that NVIDIA is looking for in the job interview, by the way. So leaf and spine, if you can talk about leaf and spine, ooh, that is music to Jensen's ears. He likes that terminology. You can talk leaf and spine and storage leaf and object storage and NVMe and all that stuff and DGX, HGX, MGX. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so spines and leaves. You have spines and leaves, storage leaves. So the leaves connect to these AI pods. And these AI pods, in this example, last time we showcased DGX. This time we're talking about, it could be MGX or HGX. I'm just going to put HGX in here just because. So HGX. HGX. The hybrid one. So this is the B300. So that means that inside this pentagon, there are B300 GPUs. There are also Intel or AMD Xeon or EPYC CPUs. HGX has Intel, AMD CPUs. This is something that I failed to mention earlier, but that is something to be aware of. The same thing with MGX, Intel or AMD CPUs. NVIDIA does not have a CPU for their hybrid or their modular solution. So in this scenario, we are talking about something, a server box that has NVIDIA Blackwell 300s and AMD EPYC CPUs. It could be Intel Xeon CPUs. It could be either one. It doesn't really matter. The CPU is not nearly as important here. The point is you have server-grade CPUs paired up with multiple B300 GPUs inside the HGX. Now, one thing I want to also mention, this is known as, we talked about this one last time. When we talked about DGX back in October, NVL72. DGX is NVL72. I guess I'll put it down here. Now, HGX is NVL. Does anybody, I don't expect you guys to know this. NVL8. I'm just going to go ahead and say the answer. NVL8 is the HGX reference design. So, the number, what is NVL? That is SLI, aka NVLink. NVLink, yes. Remember, Potara Fusion, it's a thing with NVIDIA GPUs in 2025. So NVLink, NVL72, meaning NVLink 72 GPUs. Yes, if you buy a DGX from NVIDIA, they will ship you 70 direct. They will ship you. You better be ready because it's very, very heavy. We're talking 4 tons. If you can lift a car, you can probably carry this. 72 GPUs. Do you even lift 72 GPUs in one DGX? That's a lot of GPUs. That's why he always says, the more you buy, the more you save. The more you buy, the more you save. If you buy DGX, NVIDIA will send you 72 Blackwell 300 GPUs. If you buy HGX from an NVIDIA trusted partner, you will get 8 GPUs. Blackwell 300 GPUs. So NVLink 8 GPUs. So we're always, when we're talking about NVIDIA's AI factory, we always work in multiples of 8. Always, always, always 8. 8. Or sometimes 4, but really it's 8. 8, 16, 24, 32, 48, and so on. 64. So you really, really need to become comfortable working in terms of NVIDIA's numbers. If we're talking about AI, it's always about the number game. It's always a numbers game because the more you buy, the more you save. So we're trying to get to the reason why the RAM prices are out of whack. So let's continue on. So we understand now that we have all this hardware. Now down here at the bottom, we have Leaf again. and leaf again. Leaf. Everywhere, leaf. Leaf, leaf, leaf. And underneath them, what do you get? Spine, 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 spine. Again, you have the spines. Spines and leaves. That is what, when I think of NVIDIA, I think of spines and leaves. I don't think of GeForce. I don't think of gamers. No. If I think of AMD, I think of the gamers. If I think of NVIDIA, I think of leaf and spine. This is the way. Okay, so it's all leaf and spine. You have the, what we'll call in blue, I will draw it like this. So you have, I will do a dotted line to denote the difference here. In blue, we have this. This is known as front end, fabric. So the person who said fabric switch, they were correct because this is a fabric, the front end fabric. So what is the lower one called? Who here, what is this second group down here? What is all this stuff down here? There's a second set of leaves and spines. What would you call this one down here? What is this? What is the stuff on the underneath? If the top ones are called front end, the bottom ones are called... Anyone want to take a guess? Mark got it. Very good. Back end fabric. So you have the front end and the back end. Now, NVIDIA utilizes a technique, a special network interface card for the front end. It is called blue field. Blue field. I don't even know why I'm going into this. I'm giving all of NVIDIA's trade secrets away. Okay, front end fabric, blue field. Does anybody know what the back end uses? Besides me and Jensen? And maybe Mark? Or Mike? Does anyone know what the back end one is called? Anyone know? All right, too late. The answer is ConnectX. ConnectX. For GB300, it's going to be ConnectX 8. The ConnectX 8. Well, actually, no, hold on. So there's a couple of things here. The ConnectX 8 can be... Yeah, they're there. They're built in. That's right. They're built in. And you can use either InfiniBand or Ethernet. Either one. But usually NVIDIA will prefer that you use ConnectX or no, SpectrumX. So they use these things to connect. Now, remember what Jensen always says besides the more you buy, the more you save. He said, his vocabulary consists of like 4 different phrases. Does anyone know all the phrases? The first phrase, the more you buy, the more you save. We already know that one. What's the second phrase? AI. Okay, that's the second phrase. Or maybe that's the first phrase, and the more you buy, the more you save is the second phrase. What's the third phrase? Remember, he has 4 phrases that he always says. AI, the more you buy, the more you save. No. Build a. Yeah. You're on the right track. He has 4 phrases. We'll just write them on the board here. So the 4 phrases are: the more you buy, the more you save. The second phrase is AI. The third phrase is called scale up. We're going to scale up. Scale up. Scale up. We're going to scale up. Scale up. Everyone's going to scale up. AI factories use scale up. Scale up. Let's go. Let's get this. Scale up. We're going to scale up. And we're going to scale out. Scale up, scale out. We're going to scale up, scale out. Scale up and scale out. These are the 4 phrases. All those other ones, if you say, if you're in an interview and someone asks you what are his 4 lines, and if you say we're going to be rich, they're going to tell you to leave because you're not going to get hired. Just saying. They're going to take that as an offensive statement. If you say we're going to be rich. That is a no-no. That's not one of the lines. Even though he did say that, that's not one of the lines, okay? It's like understanding the passphrase. It's like, in Bloodborne, when you wanted to go to the Forbidden Woods, you had to utter the passphrase for the door to open. If you stand in front of the NVIDIA door and you say, look at my jacket, the door's not going to open. If you say we're going to be rich, the door's not going to open. I'm just saying right now. If you say scale up, scale out, AI, the more you buy, the more you save, the door will open. The door will absolutely open. It will absolutely open. Okay, so these are the 4 lines of Jensen. These are the quotes to remember. The more you buy, the more you save. I think everyone here already knows that one. AI, everyone can figure that one out. These are the more challenging ones to remember. Scale up and scale out. If you watch the Tech Thursdays episode back in October, we already went over what these are. Just to rehash what they are, scale up means it is with respect to the DGX. You're going to scale up, meaning you have a rack of equipment. I wish I didn't have that arrow there. Okay, in general, you have a rack of equipment. That equipment will have a bunch of things. It'll have cables. It will have the InfiniBand switches. It will have the compute trays. Do you remember how many compute trays? There are 18 trays. 10, I think 10 at the top and 8 at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well, whatever. I don't have enough room. It doesn't really matter. We're going to try to just draw this so that it looks similar to what it should be. Okay. So this can be liquid cooled. In fact, it usually is liquid cooled nowadays, but it can also technically be air cooled. But DGX is going to be liquid cooled. DGX is going to be liquid cooled. HGX can be liquid cooled or it can be air cooled. Okay, so that depends. So, but if we're talking HGX, it doesn't necessarily have the exact same numbers in a single rack as the DGX. In fact, usually it's not going to be able to get the same amount of scale because the boxes that house those 8 GPUs in an HGX platform is typically taller than what you can dense pack for in a single RU. So, now, scale up means you're going to interconnect all these GPUs within this rack in the AI factory together. Meaning you're going to SLI all the GPUs in the rack. Imagine running an SLI setup. Those of you who understand multi-GPU, you guys know what NVIDIA SLI means. It means fusion, 2 GPUs or more. Now, imagine if you SLI 72 GPUs. You're going to SLI 72 GPUs. That means you're going to scale up. Scale up means SLI the GPUs in the rack. SLI the GPUs in the rack. That is scale up. So you guys, everyone thinks Jensen gave up on gamers. That Jensen doesn't understand technology. No, he understands the technology, but he speaks in such a way that the meaning of what he says is hidden from those who know. When he says scale up, that is his secret way of saying SLI all the GPUs. SLI all the GPUs in the rack. So when he says we're going to scale up, that is a condensed way of saying we're going to SLI all the GPUs in the rack, SLI all the GPUs in the rack, SLI all the GPUs in the rack, SLI 72 GPUs, SLI 72 GPUs, SLI 8 GPUs, SLI 32 GPUs, SLI 32 GPUs, SLI 64 GPUs, SLI 48 GPUs, SLI 96 GPUs, SLI 72 GPUs. But it's easier for him to just say, scale up. We're going to scale up. We're going to scale up. Scale up, scale up, scale up, scale up, scale up, and scale up. Scale out. That is what scale up means. SLI all the GPUs in the rack that are in close proximity. You're going to SLI. Fusion. Fuse all of these guys together. SLI. NVLink. Scale up. They all mean the same thing. Now you guys know what it means when Jensen says scale up. See, it gives you guys a different perspective when you truly understand his language. You have to understand the language of the Jensen. You cannot just be like, I don't know what he's saying. It's all nonsense. It's AI. He's saying gibberish. No, he's actually talking in a language that you can't understand. But it's English words. Just saying. So scale up, SLI the GPUs in the rack. All right, what's scale out? Scale out, the final phrase of the Jensen. What is scale out? Scale up, SLI all the GPUs in the rack. So what does it mean to scale out? It 60 racks? Like what? Numerous racks. Mark is on the right track, although the 60 rack comment is random. It kind of is on the right trail of thinking. So scale out means you're going to scale, you're going to spread the SLI beyond a single rack. You're going to spread it out, but you're still scaling it. But instead of scaling up in the rack, you're going to scale out in the data center. You're going to scale out across the aisle. So now you have all these racks. So that 60 rack comment is kind of correct. So if you got 60 racks of all these NVIDIA GPUs, you're going to fuse all of them together. That is scale out. SLI everything in the building. Connect that whole cluster together. So you're scaling, you're SLIing beyond one server. You're going big SLI. SLI. Pod can be defined in two ways, Mike. It can be defined as a scalable unit, or it can be defined as a pod. If you're talking in terms of DGX, you're going to be talking in terms of scalable units. All of that was covered in the Tech Thursdays episode in October. As far as the pod, so if you're asking about an AI pod is a term typically reserved for HGX or MGX, and typically they can be in multiples of 8, depending on scale. So hopefully that helps. If you're going to look that up, you're going to find numbers that are always multiples of 8. Okay, that's why I said earlier on in the stream that if you're talking to NVIDIA, you're always in multiples of 8. So SLI, the GPUs in the rack, that's scale up. SLI, the entire building, that's scale out. So how do you do the scale up? The scale up is typically taken care of from the factory if you buy a DGX. Meaning if you're an AI factory and you order the DGX, you're going to get 72 GPUs in one rack, all included, and they all come with their own SLI interconnects for the scale up. So they're already scaled up. Now you got to buy more of them, because the more you buy, the more you save. And then you're going to scale them out. So you're going to interconnect them all together. How do we do this? The backend fabric. The backend fabric is nothing more than a giant, massive SLI bridge. It is a huge, gigantic, enormous SLI bridge. That is the back-end fabric. And the back-end fabric is scale out. Scale out. Back-end fabric is scale out. So now you guys know what it is. Why is the memory? So finally, now we come to the reason why the memory prices are so high. All the servers, all the storage servers, and all the leafs, and all the spines, and the routers, and the storage leafs, every single device in an AI factory requires RAM, DDR5, DDR4, HBM, GDDR7 if we're talking MGX. You need memory chips in high density for the storage, for the compute. You need RAM for the spines, for the leafs. All of these SLI, these glorified SLI bridges, or these NVLink bridges, all of them need RAM. All of them need RAM. And this is the reason why memory prices are at an all-time high. Because the more you buy, the more you save. So what is happening is all these AI factories are buying millions and millions of dollars worth of equipment to complete the AI factories, to achieve the vision and future that Jensen and Sam and Elon and all these guys have been talking about for the past 3 years, to achieve that vision, to usher in the future of the world. They are on this path to achieve this goal of the ultimate agentic AI, Gen AI, all these things, service-based AI, cloud services AI. Where are you going to host it? How are you going to do the model training? How are you going to get running? You need power. We didn't even talk about electricity on the stream. The power consumption required for these buildings is in the gigawatts. You heard that right. Gigawatts. Not megawatts. Some of them are megawatts, the smaller ones. Gigawatts. We're talking gigawatts, guys. Think of how many memory chips gigawatt data centers are going to require. Think about that. Therein lies the reason why the RAM prices are the way they are. Hopefully now you guys understand. Now you guys have the context of why memory prices are through the roof. And guess what? Storage, SSDs are required. You have to use, for AI. AI requires NVMe. It requires object-based storage. You cannot use mechanical hard drives with AI servers. It doesn't work. It must be fast. It has to be low latency. So you can use hard drives. There are companies out there that have come up with solutions to cascade the data flow for long-term storage using an array of a whole bunch of NVMEs and trickle down into legacy hard drives, spindle drives. But imagine the amount of NAND flash, aka SSD storage, required for this type of application. It is insane. It is unprecedented in history what is happening right now. And this is the reason why all the CEOs, all the companies, the tech companies, all they talk about is AI, because they are locked in and going full steam ahead on this type of stuff. And now you guys have the full context and the full understanding of why the memory is so expensive. It's going to stay expensive because this stuff is still being built out. So hopefully this live stream was helpful in providing that background. I know it was super long to get there. I can't believe we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes into the live stream. But we're going to go ahead and end it here. Now you guys know the answer. This is the true answer of why memory is so expensive. It's going to stay expensive, and it's going to get even more expensive because of this stuff. This will be the third time I've said this. Samsung, Hynix, and Micron are going to announce 50% price increases. Well, I think they may have already announced them for some, but for the business to business, so who they sell to direct, they're going to raise the price about 50% for their actual partners. So that means everything's going to get more expensive. SSDs are going to get more expensive. Guaranteed. They're already going up. We've already shown this. So I'm telling you guys, if you guys are thinking of upgrading your PC and you're discouraged by the RAM, if you don't need to buy the RAM, great. But if you are thinking of buying an SSD, I urge you to consider buying an SSD now. Get one while you can. It's already more expensive than it was last month, but you want to get one now while you still can, compared to waiting until like next year, because it's only going to get worse. And hopefully you guys now understand why it is the way it is, because a lot of people are like, oh, what's happening? Now I have shown you guys the deep dive answer, the full visibility of why this is happening. Hopefully this live stream turned out to be useful or informational or whatever, educational. We do these live streams for those of you that are new and you're probably like, whoa, this is some crazy off-the-wall stuff. Thanks for sticking around. Do get subscribed to the channel if you like these kinds of really strange deep dive discussions that go way off the beaten path in terms of the technology. That's kind of what we cover here. That's kind of, I'm sort of specializing in this without intending to do so, but there is a lack of coverage of this sort of topic on the internet in general. Like when everyone talks about AI, they usually talk very surface level. They don't really tell you like how it actually works under the hood. We may do other deep dives on AI at a software level or a management level, so maybe we could talk about that in the future. But now you guys know how it works, what an AI factory is made of, because I think it's an interesting thing that I think a lot of people should be at least somewhat educated on, because a data center could be going up in your backyard, and your electric utility company is probably going to raise your rates because of stuff like this. So it's very important to be aware of this stuff. Will you keep the chat alive or remove it? No, the chat will stay up. The live stream will end, and then the chat will kind of close out. But if you guys are going to rewatch the live stream, then it'll be available. So that's pretty much it. If you're new to the channel and you like this content, do get subscribed. It does help me out. It does motivate me to keep making these type of topics that are like really, really hard to come by in terms of exposure to like how things actually work behind the scenes. Other than that, we do weekend live streams occasionally. I shouldn't say occasionally. It's become almost like a regular thing to do at least one on the weekend now. And those are typically more gaming focused. They're more casual. They're not really, there's no real agenda. It's just typically me playing some kind of game. Sometimes I play multiple games in one sitting. But yeah, feel free to drop by and you can ask tech-related questions, whatever. We can answer them live. The people who typically watch those live streams will also be relatively helpful in terms of providing insight on tech-related topics. Yeah. Christmas. Okay, so yeah, it's good point. So for next week, man, we have gotten into this weird pattern where there's like one episode of Tech Thursdays, then the next week doesn't have an episode, and then the next week has one episode. So it's been like this since Thanksgiving. So we had no Tech Thursdays last week because of the Game Awards. And then next week, there's probably not going to be a Tech Thursdays because of the Christmas holiday in the US. So, that being said, I guess this is the last episode of 2025. I just now realized that. I'm looking at the calendar now and I see that the next Tech Thursdays is going to be on New Year. Ooh, this is weird. So, we might not have a Tech Thursdays episode until the first full week of January, guys, which means you guys might not see a Tech Thursdays until the 9th. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Yeah, no, yeah, the 8th. So, yeah, I guess that's it. So this is it. This is the end of Tech Thursdays for 2025. This is the last episode. Let's keep this one going until 2 a.m. No, unfortunately, no. Well, I mean, that's basically all I wanted to say. I wanted to explain why the memory prices are, what's the reason? Because people are like, I don't want people to think, oh, Micron and Samsung and SK Hynix are all in cahoots and they're all, like, ripping people off. No, there is logic to why these things are happening. It's always economics-based, supply and demand. I wanted to give you guys the backstory on why that's happening. So hopefully this explained all of that. Yeah, this is going to be the end. This year for me was not, I would say this is like one of the not so great years. Personally, I had weird health issues in the like Q2 part of this year. It was really hard for me. You guys remember, if you guys were watching the channel at that time, it was around the time when Doom The Dark Ages came out. I got really, really sick. I had this weird problem. And then it took me like a month to recover. And then my back got messed up. It was really, really bad. So yeah, this year for me, and then like family members also had health related problems, some of them. But we're not going to get into that here. In general, 2025 was not a very good year for me. That being said, it does feel like 2025 and last year, 2024, were kind of like combined. They feel like they're a one giant contiguous year. And it sounds weird to say that, but the reason why I'm saying that is because when I think back to hardware releases and I think back to game releases, it all kind of blends together for some reason. 2023 felt very different. Like very its own thing. 2024 and this year feel like a contiguous year. I'm trying to explain that better, but it just feels that way. Like, for example, Zen 5 launched in 2024, but you ended up getting the 9950X3D earlier this year. So it was kind of this weird overlap. And then the RTX 50 series was supposed to launch at the end of 2024. NVIDIA delayed it by 1 quarter. So it ended up becoming a 2025 launch. So they're going to do a market correction to align their roadmaps better. So they're going to probably skew it out again or spread it out again for the 60 series for 2027. So it's kind of one of those things where 60 or 50 series was 2024 launch, supposed to be, but it didn't. So it bled over. And then, the same thing, the X3D stuff was split on multiple years. So this year and last year feel very much the same in that regard. But I personally didn't have any weird health problems last year, and I had some weird ones this year. So I would say personally last year was better. Last year I went to Japan, it was great. This year I didn't really go anywhere. I had all kinds of issues. So yeah, for me, and then of course, at the end of this year, memory, NAND flash. So now if you're a tech enthusiast, now it's like, it's not so great anymore. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this year was not so great. I think a lot of people would probably say that this year, 2025, was kind of like those who were following GTA 6. Now you're waiting again. It got delayed again to November of next year. So I guess the highlights of this year, since we are the last episode, I think the nice things about this year, In terms of video games, because we do cover video games on the channel, Expedition 33 was a great game. It was a nice surprise. A very good game. Monster Hunter Wilds was my most anticipated game of this year, and I think Capcom delivered. I mean, I didn't suffer from performance problems because I have super high-end hardware. So me personally, I was able to enjoy Monster Hunter Wilds, but I understand that a lot of people struggled with that game. And then Night Rain was a really good game. It was a pleasant surprise from Software. We covered a lot of those games on stream. Yeah, I guess for the gaming crowd, we will be covering the final Monster Hunter title update for Festival. So the Winter Festival should be live now, actually. And we will also cover Final Fantasy XIV, the patch 7.4. I'll probably stream the story of that game sometime between now and the end of the year. So stay tuned for that if you're interested in sticking around or tuning into the live stream. Omega Savage was kind of really fun, teaming up with people who were actually watching the live stream and actually helped me clear Omega Savage. So thinking about some of the highlights for me, interacting with the viewers, I would say Omega Savage in Monster Hunter Wilds was probably the best thing. It was very challenging, it was very difficult, but it was very enjoyable. Teaming up with the viewers, some of the viewers that were actually playing the game with me live. That being said, if you play the games that I play and you want to play co-op with me, feel free to do so. That's what we do on this channel. We do that on a regular basis. We do that for Night Rain. Like Super Googly and I played Night Rain. I helped him clear Equilibrius Beast, which is one of the hardest Night Lords in that game. I teamed up with, like I said, a bunch of people for Monster Hunter Wilds. So, and we'll be doing more of that into next year. Any New Year resolutions? I guess eat healthy. That's an easy one to just say, but it's harder to actually do and stick with it. I did do a fast. I did do like a water fast back in the first week of 2024. I might do something similar early in 2026. And I showed my progress. And one of the things I did, since I took off from work and I basically couldn't do anything except drink water or rest, I decided to live stream a bunch of games while I was doing my water fast. So I might do that again. Because a water fast is a very good way to detox the body, reset the immune system. It gets rid of a lot of inflammation or chronic inflammation. And it helps you with autoimmune problems. So, yeah, you should the easiest thing to do is what I call the 8, 12, or 18 hour, where you literally, after you eat your last meal of the day, you don't eat for the next 12 to 18 hours. And so typically that includes when you go to sleep, because all the time you're asleep would count through the night. The only time you eat more is the weekends. Is tap water bad? It depends on where you live. If you have a filtration system, then I don't think it's much of a problem, although filters vary in quality. That means coffee. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink coffee. I don't consume caffeine. I don't really consume alcohol. So I try to stay healthy in that regard at a very basic level. So, yeah. And that's pretty much it. So, anyway, guys, like I said, I will be live streaming probably tomorrow evening. If not tomorrow evening, probably Saturday evening. One of the 2 evenings I will live stream. There will be no live stream. What I can tell you is there will not be a live stream Sunday evening. And I don't know about the weekend between the Christmas and New Year's. I don't know about that yet. There might be one. But I need to stream Final Fantasy 14. I know I need to do that. So we'll probably do that one. If not this weekend, it'll be sometime on one of the weeknights of next week. So stay tuned for that if you want to tune in and chat with me while that's going on. But anyway, guys, that's it for 2025 Tech Thursdays. I can't believe we've done 137 episodes since the start of this. We started this in the end of 2022. So that means that we've done 3 years of Tech Thursdays now. I can't believe it's been that long. I appreciate everybody who tunes in on a regular basis. You guys actually motivate me to keep on making these type of videos or actually doing the live stream content, because it is a lot of, like, I try to plan generally what I want to talk about, but sometimes it's just whatever happens based off of viewer interaction. Like, that ends up becoming the topic, which is totally fine in my book. But anyway, once again, thank you all for supporting the channel just by tuning in. It does help me. The channel is small. I have been trying to grow the channel, but it is something that the content on the channel is very niche. You know, it's hard for the YouTube algorithm. It's hard to work with the YouTube algorithm because my content is not the type of content that is what I would consider like pure. It's not pure entertainment value, unfortunately. And I'm not going to sacrifice the type of content I make because I know the viewers that like what I make. They like it for what it is. And I would rather it be that than me try to turn this into some kind of, like, you know, more surface level, run-of-the-mill tech channel that is pretty much not really different from the rest, if that makes sense. I'd rather it be unique as it is than try to make it more mainstream, if that makes sense. So hope you guys like the content. I will keep the same format for next year. We might try slightly different tech-related topics that I haven't covered, if time allows. Since we're not going to be doing a lot with memory or storage, and we've done a lot of memory and storage in the last 2 years, I'll try to branch out and talk about different things. Maybe we'll talk more about computer cases and power supplies and stuff like that. Or if you guys like the AI factory discussions, we could do more AI factory. I feel like this is really way, way in the thick of, like, technology that the average viewer is going to probably zone out. So we may not do too much on this. Otherwise, if you guys like this, we'll bring it up again in the future. But anyway, that's going to be it from me for 2025. Thanks again for watching and supporting the channel, and I will see you guys. If I don't see you guys on the weekend live stream, I will see you guys in 2026. Until then, have a great holiday, and I will see you next year. Thanks.